Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. I feel like I should give a warning off the top to brace for impact tonight because I had everything planned. Everything was set up. I got the ducks arranged early. I got my desk clean. I did laundry this week, so I've clean clothes. Everything was good. And then I got a package that I should have put on gloves to open, and I didn't because when handling anything from China, there is like 1,000% chance it's contaminated with latex. Did my dumbass remember? Even though I know this rule, and I have had friends literally shout at me in the middle of the Halloween aisle at various stores to put my hands in my pockets. Because when all the Halloween stuff comes in the giant boxes from China, it's all contaminated with latex, especially on the packaging, so I can't touch anything. And I love all things Halloween, so I want to touch everything. So yeah, I had a friend literally shouting that I swear half the store could hear her and she didn't care. Because she's like, nope, I remember last year I had to deal with you breaking out knives for hours and I don't want to do that again, so hands in your pockets. People laughed at us, but she did not care. You know, you have that one friend that is just does not, they're like past the point of giving a fuck about the entire world or what anybody possibly thinks at any moment. They don't care anymore. They are older than everybody else. They don't care. They're just going to shout and it doesn't matter. And there are times when you really need that person. But I needed that person to be me today and it wasn't. So, having some hive issues on my face and my hands. And I've washed very, very, very thoroughly and I totally don't feel pukey at all. No, I'm fine, really. There's really nothing else I can do. Like, it's not worth taking meds for. And also, they don't really help with hives, like allergy meds, unless they're like prescription, which I don't have. Like anything over the counter, it doesn't really do a lot for hives. Oh. Yes, because Halloween, all the costumes and the wigs and the accessories and the plastic bags, they all come from China. They are all heavily contaminated with latex. If it's a mask, I guarantee you it's made out of latex and they're all in the same box, so it gets on everything and I can't touch anything. But I would forget that from time to time. And then I wind up breaking out and then, not so great. So, I think this is the first time, we're not starting it, nobody panic, that we will actually be starting at the beginning of a chapter since I think the first week of the book. Because usually we're starting it wherever I drew a line when my head exploded. Wow, if it smelled like burnt before, it really, really smells like burnt now. I'm liking the burnt smell. It's appropriate. I'm not sure I'm highlighting enough though. Because I need to have enough to, do a 3-ish minute video. Excuse me. I'm not sleepy. The smell of burnt, horrible writing in the evening. I've never even seen the movie that's a reference to. I sound like I'm 45. Thank you. You just added 7 years to me, but that's okay. Pay attention to this one. This one always seems relevant, so pay special attention to this warning. So what did we have in the book last week? I'm trying to remember. Okay, so he showed up at her apartment, has somehow managed to move in without her knowing, because his clothes and his guns are there. And apparently there's also security cameras in every room. He confirmed that the thing in her arm is an RFID tracker, not birth control, and that he was trying to get her pregnant on purpose, which apparently didn't work because she, did the pee on the stick thing, and then it was negative, so no baby, which I was very surprised by that. Then what the fuck did they do? They must have done something or something. I'm assuming there was more bad sex that I have mentally blocked out. And we found out that I guess he's in some kind of mob war with the mob that his former girlfriend that he treated like garbage that now wants revenge because somehow getting revenge and murdering his fantasy woman will make him take her back. And, that just makes negative sense. But I guess her brother was the head of a mob family and they got in a shootout, and that's why it said on TV that a mob boss was killed. It wasn't the one that we're following. It was one we've never heard of before, who is apparently now dead. So now I'm guessing the sister will be like, you killed my brother, now I have like legitimate reason to try and kill you or whatever, something like that. There's like 100 pages left. I think that was literally everything that happened last week. It was mostly just explanation of where he's been and them arguing and bad sex, and I think that was about it. Oh yes, I recall how bad the bad sex got because they moved into uncharted territory for her first time ever. Um in of course the most violent and brutal way possible that would absolutely leave her bloody and injured and never wanting to do that again. But it's really hacky book, so of course she loved it and blah blah blah. And no, he's not a violent rapist, except that he totally is. So if we could never have another scene like that, I'll be grateful. And the sandwiches I had for lunch might stay down. I know I sound tired. It's just the hives. It just takes it out of me. Just the physical toll of reacting to it. Like, I'm fine. They're going away because I know how to deal with it, but it just, yeah, it takes a toll. And I know my face is gonna look like terrible, but aw, Sasha says hi. She's preparing for tonight by trying to fall asleep before the trauma-inducing words get read. Aw, smart baby girl. Oh, I wish she was here to lick my face and get rid of the hives. Oh, and I have to. Oh, no. Scratching bad. Scratching bad. Okay, we're gonna play our national anthem. So all rise. Sasha has permission to stay asleep. That's exactly what Bo is doing because the floor is freezing and he refuses to he refuses to walk on anything cold. So he's burrowed and he's curled up. He's happy. But here we go.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Thank you for letting me know I'm muted because, yeah, I was not having one of those days, and then 45 minutes ago, it turned into one of those days, and I've had no recovery time. So, yeah, sorry I'm all, like, broken out and my face is extra red even though I caked the makeup on as much as possible. I was a little afraid of what the makeup would do to the hives and, because sometimes that's a thing. Ugh. Okay, there we go. That's better. It's not freezing cold in here at all. It's actually a little better than it was. I don't think the heat's completely out. I think it was out overnight for sure because it was beyond freezing this morning. Like I was like, "No, don't want to get out of bed. Way too cold." I was with the puppy on staying under the covers. He had it right. It's less than like -10 now, so I think the heat is on. It's just on really low. Not working all that well, but hey, it held out through like last storm, so that was already unexpected. But for now, oh, not feeling pukey at all. I'm not feeling pukey at all. I'm totally fine. I'm just gonna keep saying that till it becomes true, or I'm really drunk, whatever comes first. So, to introduce our almost complete pantheon of ducks, you may notice we only have a few spaces left. We only have 2 painted ducks left, and then we have if by the way, I will say this is incentive tonight. If both painted ducks, and they're $10 each, if they get sponsored tonight, I have a surprise. But only if both ducks get sponsored before the end of the evening. But to introduce our reigning pantheon of glorious ducks, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sasu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, uh, Alex, Chuckles, Melman. Why is my brain, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Liv Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libido, Ocean Gate 7, Tingle Hopper, and Madison. I named the last duck. Why was I struggling with that? Yeah, I'm glad it's back on because it's a lot easier to sleep when, it's decently warm. Though my bedroom is always the coldest room. Well, no, the bathroom's the coldest room because it has no heat. The bedroom is the second coldest room because the heater in it is this big because the building is of that age where they only put um, the hot water baseboard rads under the windows. So in the bedroom, the only rad is like this big, and it's on an outside wall, so it's nowhere near adequate to heat the bedroom properly. I think that's a first this year, yeah, but that's timing because what we're getting now, you had last week. And the we're getting the storm from the states is pushing up, and that's what's causing like super cold air and super cold wind because we haven't had snow in several days, but a lot of like freezing and like the snow turning into bricks of ice. That's what's going on here. Like the roads haven't been clear in over a week because there is that much ice. And it's the kind where like if you throw salt on it, it's going to laugh at you. Uh yes. So, these are our last two ducks that if they get sponsored tonight, I have a surprise. So, our last two ducks, we have Chicken Jockey Duck and Mr. Spock Duck for $10 each. Link to the PayPal should be at the top. If it's not, please let me know. But these are our last two ducks. And then we have a surprise if they get added to our pantheon of ducks. So, those are $10. You can also sponsor future ducks if you want first dibs. For 25, we have these very real police issue handcuffs, which I will put on for roughly 20 pages or half of the evening. There is a key inside this pouch. There's also a key on a string around the monitor so that if I drop the key in the pouch, we still have a key within reach because these are not safety cuffs. These are real and require a key. And we practice safety here, so key on a string to make sure we are always, always safe. These are also a personal favorite, so shout out to you if you hook a girl up. Can't scratch, can't scratch. Or if you want to help me get my buzz on, starting in about 45 minutes when it is drinking time, I will fill this glass to this point and chug it in one for $50. That is also a personal favorite. We were supposed to have our new wine glass by this week, but the storm has delayed it. It was supposed to get here for last week, and then it was supposed to get here for this week, and now it's supposed to get here Thursday this coming week, which would make it in time for next book club, hopefully. So as long as, we don't get another week-long blizzard, we should have new wine glass next week, according to the current tracking. Though this is tracking that said unknown for like 5 days. Because everything was just at a standstill. It happens. And if you are completely out of your mind and the most generous person ever, we have this very real spiked bra that I will go off camera, put on, and come back on camera. And yes, you'll be able to tell that I'm wearing it, and it is not necessarily painful. It just gets uncomfortable and slightly painful the longer you wear it. But it's a, unique kind of fun, and I'm sure there are definitely people out there that enjoy seeing such things on women. So if you are one of those people, feel free to express yourself and sponsor said item. Oh. Okay. Oh God, what we've done to. And yes, I have a lighter at the ready. I didn't refill it this week, but it should be fine. We officially have under 100 pages, just under. Yep, we have 97 pages. 97 pages. Never that raw. You make me want to have like a sponsor against it option, which I'm not sure how that would work, but I don't know. Can you sponsor not doing something? I'm not sure that's a thing. Oh, but tea is. Uh, ow. Chapter 16. I didn't like getting up early, but I had to. The man in black wouldn't let me stay. I dragged myself out of bed, went to the bathroom, and made myself ready in about 20 minutes. Massimo sat on the sofa with a laptop on his knees and a cell phone in his hand, focused and composed. Oh, can anybody. Okay, put a 1 in the chat if you are somebody that can use a laptop while it is actually on your lap, because I can't. It has to be on a table or a desk or something. Also, I hate using laptop because I can't type for shit on a laptop. Because there's always, like, 8 inches of flat nothingness for the fucking trackpad that nobody fucking wants before the keyboard, so you can't get your hands comfortable and it's exhausting. And the keys are too big and too widely spaced to type correctly. And it's completely flat. Like, no. I hate laptops. Absolutely hate them. He wore the clothes I had gotten used to, a black shirt and dark pants, looking really dapper. I watched him peeking around the wall and playing with the ring on my finger. Oh, yeah, he proposed. I forgot. Well, he proposed, she didn't accept, and he kind of jammed the ring on her finger. Yeah, I'm afraid to drop laptops too, because they're fragile and they fucking break. Like, they're not well made. And there hasn't been any serious improvements in laptops in like 15 years. I mean, they've gotten thinner and more lightweight, but that's not really a good thing. This is going to be my husband, I thought, and I'll spend the rest of my life with him. Again, she didn't actually say yes. He proposed, he jammed the ring on her finger, and that's that. Oh, he did take her to meet, I guess some of his cronies and one of their wives. And that's right, the wife took her aside for like a, so you're marrying a mob boss conversation, in which she told her to like basically just blindly obey him and always leave security to him because you'll be in danger constantly. And it's like, what the actual, like, why would you? But yeah, it was like extraordinarily 1950s and quite ridiculous. Made me pull my hair out. One thing was for sure, this wouldn't be an ordinary, boring life. No, and you'll probably be dead in 6 months, but more like a gangster movie sprinkled with some porn. See, that should have been on the back cover. A gangster movie sprinkled with porn. That would make a great tagline for the movie that we are going to watch on my Discord when we get to the end of the book. There will, on the Sunday following, because I will need to reset, there will be, on the Sunday after we finish this book, we will watch the movie with whoever is brave enough to join me. After some time studying Massimo, I went to the closet and picked an outfit that would fit his attire. Packing a small suitcase as I took the stairs down to the living room, Massimo raised his head and sent me an appraising look. My dark gray, high-hipped pants and the impossibly high stilettos hidden beneath the loose legs made me look taller and thinner. To top the outfit off, I picked a cashmere sweater in a brighter hue of gray. I looked elegant and matched my fiance very well. This bitch is so fucking obsessed with how she looks all the fucking time. Like, I realize there are women out there like this. I just think they serve no purpose on planet Earth. Yes, Deacon, I agree. There have been multiple occasions where she not only should have thrown a pot of grits on him, she should have then beaten him over the head with the pot. You look very attractive, Mrs. Torricelli. Dude, you're not married yet. Don't do that. Y'all ain't cute. Massimo said, putting down the computer and drawing near me. Could you even have like a public at all wedding? Like, who are you going to invite? How is somebody not going to take a shot at you at the wedding, or is there some kind of code? You know, like no shootouts at the wedding. It's impolite. I hope those pants aren't hard to take off and don't crumple easily. Otherwise, you might end up looking a little less ritzy when we arrive. Oh god, they're gonna do it on the plane or in the car or something. I smiled and returned his look. First, Don Massimo, book still can't decide if Don is supposed to be capped or not capped. Where's my score sheet? I almost forgot. See, I always forget something, because that's just the rule. We have our score sheet. You never met my ex-wife. She's a B and a C. Yes, but was she constantly obsessed with her appearance and matching her clothes to whatever you were wearing? Excuse me. First, Don Massimo, your wonderful Ferrari isn't well suited for what you're suggesting. It's not too comfortable even when you're fully clothed. Second, I'd be a bit distracted by your bodyguards, so forget it. Who said we're taking the Ferrari? Massimo raised his brows and fished out another car key from the drawer, because of course he owns, like, all of the cars. You know, because Gray had all the cars. Please, he said, opening the door for me and pointing me towards it. And accompanied us on our way to the garage, so the elevator got a bit cramped. It must have been quite a sight. 5 guys, most of them well over 200 pounds, and one petite blonde. Okay, if she's tall, she's not petite. That's not how petite works, darling. The man in black spoke to them in Italian, instructing them. When the door slid open on the lower level, the entire security team got into 2 BMWs parked by the gate, while we went deeper in the garage. Don Massimo pressed a button on the remote while I was trying to guess which car blinked its headlights in response this time. It was a Porsche Panamera. I gotta say, that's probably a sexy looking car. Porsche generally is. Its windows tinted. I breathed with relief. The prospect of having sex in the Ferrari was a bit too much, even for someone as flexible as me. Massimo headed to the passenger door and opened it for me. As I stepped inside, he leaned over, drawing his face right up to mine, and said, Every dozen miles, I'll fuck you on the back seat, so I hope you like the car. Here's hoping they're only going 10 miles. Oh, I hear a doggo. Yep. Wow, there is a doggo nearby that's definitely going, stranger, 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 alert, alert, alert. Did somebody near me get a dog? Because I was pretty sure Bo was the only pet on this whole floor. But it's got to be pretty close. And it's definitely being a guard dog. He always turned me on when he was so commanding. I liked it that he didn't ask my permission, instead just telling me what he'd do. Hi, Epiphany. We haven't seen you in forever. We're so glad that you're here. Welcome. Look at how many ducks we have now. Hello, Cerebellum. It's the worst looking Porsche, is it really? It wouldn't surprise me if this guy owns the worst looking Porsche. That would fit. Okay, Doggo is like really letting the neighborhood know that something be up. I'm guessing his human is not responding, so he's still, doing his job. Bo is not seeing the need to wake up and respond to this. That is not too strong of a word, Deacon. It's perfectly okay to hate this book. I in fact think it's quite healthy to hate this book. What I worry about is the fact that it's, 1 million copies, international bestseller, and there's a movie that's now on Netflix. Like, I don't know. People in America, because here this is not true. People in America, because these movies have to be, like, not even R-rated. They have to be X-rated. Like, they have to be, especially being foreign. So I want to know, is the version on Netflix actually the, like, true original version, or is the one on Netflix either heavily censored with scenes missing that you couldn't show in America, or is there, like, a click here to prove you're over 18 to watch it? Because I don't see Netflix putting on something that has, like, full frontal anything. Real or fake, Deacon? But yeah, before we watch the movie, I'm definitely going to Google if there's, like, a censored and uncensored version, because that would make the most sense. Mm. Besides, I love teasing him. I made myself comfortable in the seat and said, "It's nearly 400 miles. You think you'll manage that much fucking." Oh my god, how many times are they going to do it in 400 miles? That's a lot. Can I just say my vagina would not be up for that? Not that many times in a, couple of hours, no. Yeah, I don't have Netflix right now either, so I'm going to have to figure out where to get it from. Oh, I have Amazon Prime. Maybe it's on Amazon. I'm going to look. I will find it. I'm not above certain things, so, let's just say I know what Pirate Bay is. He laughed out loud and retorted before he shut the door, "Don't you provoke me, or I'll fuck you twice as many times." Doesn't that just sound like loving, supportive dialogue of people who really want to be doing it with each other? Uh, Also, did I forget to mention it's opposite day? Doggo is still going. You said that about highlights X-rated and not. We spent the drive to. Oh, yeah. Here. Anyone in the chat, if you can pronounce this, my hat's off to you, because here's the spelling of the place they're driving to. SZZECIN. I have no doubt this is a real place. I just have no idea how to say it, and I don't want to offend an entire country. Talking, fooling around, and having sex in parking lots in the forests alongside the road. Acting like teenagers who borrowed a car from their parents. Bought an extra bought an extra large pack of condoms and set out on an adventure. Each time we pulled over to a lot, the security detail stopped at a distance, giving us some privacy and freedom. I could not. Could you literally, let's just put this scenario. And I always wonder this about like people that have security details, like the president and stuff, or like any high ranking official, or like the kids of ambassadors. If you're like in a hotel room, say, and there are bodyguards right outside the door, how comfortable are you doing it in that hotel room? Because I couldn't. That is too close. We spent the next couple days in that place. I went to the spa and Massimo worked. They're never together. They're never together. This is the thing. The only time they're together is when they fuck. Despite the multitude of meetings, we ate together, slept together, and woke up together. On Wednesday, as we were driving back to Warsaw, my mom called. Hello, darling. How are you feeling? Oh, just perfect, Mom. I have a lot of work, but everything's fine. Great. I hope you remembered your cousin's wedding on Saturday. Something in Polish, I blurted out. Watch your language, Laura Bial, my mother snapped, raising her voice at the sound of the cuss. So apparently, I think she said fuck me, is what I'm going with. The word kurwa was one of the few Polish words Massimo knew, so he instantly knew I wasn't happy with whatever my mother just said over the phone. Oh God, is she gonna take him to like a family wedding? Oh God, the awkwardness. And you just know something's gonna go wrong, that it's gonna destroy the wedding or something. Judging by the terse exclamation, dear, I gather you've forgotten. Well, let me remind you then. The wedding is at 4, but try to arrive a bit earlier. That was an expression of delight, Mommy. Of course I remember. Count me in. I'm bringing someone, too. Okay, girl, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. No, that is not a healthy relationship. You are correct, Deacon. That is not a healthy relationship. But also correct that nothing in this book is, yeah. Nightwolf, you're not going to try to pronounce whatever city that is? I don't blame you, because I don't have a fucking clue. I might put that in, what's that, the thing where you type a word in and it'll say it out loud to you? I think Babelfish has some version of it. I might put it through that later and see what it says. Yes, they do. Because we had some very serious concerns about E.L. James's marriage while we were reading her stuff. As far as I know, though, this author is single. I also think she's a virgin. Only silence answered me for a while. I had a pretty good idea what I was going to hear next. Who? Yep, just as I suspected. Well, she's your mother. It's the obvious question, and you haven't told her that you're seeing anyone, and now you just said, oh, yeah, I'm bringing someone to a wedding, which is not a first date thing to do. I'm pretty serious about this person territory. And she's wearing a skating ring, so I'm sure somebody will notice. I met someone in Sicily. We work together. I'd like to bring him with me, as he's in Warsaw for training right now. Will that be enough data for you, or do we need to send you a birth certificate too? She is your mother. She has the right to pry. Stop being like such a snit. All right, have it your way. We'll see you on Saturday, she replied, apparently offended, and hung up. Yeah, 'cause you're being a brat. Yeah, eyes tried to focus on the landscape behind the window. How was I to tell Massimo he was just about to meet my parents? I shot him a glance and wondered what his reaction would be. He felt my eyes on him and knew something was amiss, so he took the first ramp off the highway and parked the car, turning in his seat to face me. These two never get anywhere. I'm listening, he said, frowning. Two black BMWs stopped behind us. The man stepped out of the first one and approached our car. Massimo rolled down the window and waved the man away, saying something in Italian. The bodyguard turned his back, stopped by his car, and took out a cigarette. We need to go to my parents on Saturday. I completely forgot about it, but it's my cousin's wedding. I explained, grimacing and hiding my face behind my hands. The man in black didn't hide his amusement. So, that's it. I thought something had happened. I need to start learning Polish after all. I tend to misinterpret some situations if I only understand the swearing. This is going to be a catastrophe. You don't know my mom. She'll pelt you with questions, and I'll have to be there translating, as the only foreign language she knows is Russian. Shitachin? Shitachin. Okay. I'm probably butchering the shit out of that. It's going to bother me. Yes, I'm that person too. I am fully that person, Deacon. I promise. Things like that do bother me. Ugh, itchy. Oh, trying not to think about how much my nose is itching, because can't scratch, because scratching bad. Scratching is how hives leave scars and also take forever to freaking heal. Ugh. As I can tell from these, because this is all hives. And I scratched, and so now they look like this, and they go all the way around. I shouldn't have scratched, but it was itchy. Oh, that's not even the half of it. This, like, what that goes all the way like around here, and this is, it's so much better. Like 4 days ago, that was like all of this. It was bad. Not the first time I have scratched. Usually, it's, what it is when you fall asleep, you just scratch in your sleep, and you don't even know you're doing it, and then you wake up and you're like, you look like you got mauled by a tiger, and then you realize it was you. Uh, oh, it was on the other page. Duh. Lara, Massimo said placatingly, pulling my hands away from my face. I told you I told you my parents had made sure I got a good education. Aside from Italian and English, I also know Russian, German, and French. It's going to be okay. I stared at him, wide-eyed, and felt incredibly stupid then, being able to communicate in only a single foreign language myself. That doesn't make it any better. So she grew up with her parents speak other languages, but she doesn't speak it at all. Like, I would think he would just pick it up. Like, that doesn't make it any better. The man in black laughed out loud, turning the steering wheel and accelerating. It was dark when we arrived. Massimo parked the car and pulled my suitcase out of the trunk. Go upstairs. I need to talk to Paolo, he said. I hear the sound of a puppy stirring. He headed towards the two black cars parked on the other side of the garage. I took my bag and went to the elevator, only to discover it was out of order. I opened the door and took the stairs instead. Having reached the ground floor, I stopped. My jaw dropped. The lobby was once again filled with hundreds of flowers. White roses this time. Oh God, no. Oh, that's right. There's an ex-boyfriend that like wants her back for reasons unknown, and she doesn't want him back. It looks like I've been mauled. It's because someone does aggressive biscuits. Oh, the kitties, yes. Kitties will get you. I have had some decent scratches from kitties. Usually the result of kitty falling and trying to just grab on. Yeah, we only have this much left. But I have a puppy who desperately wants everyone to see him. Come on. No, I'm not leaning down and rubbing your belly. You want up? Come up. Come on, up. Bo, come on. I know you're sleepy. Come on, up. Oh, you little baby. Why are you such a baby, huh? Huh? Why are you such a baby dog? There, you got your belly rub now. Up, up, up. Come on, pup. There we go. Up. Big jump. Big jump. You got it. There we go. Here he is in all his splendor. Yeah, that's also impressive. Yes, all of the doggo. Look at him. Look it. He just got up. It's so warm right now. Oh my god, I'm stealing all the warmth from the puppy. Oh, it's so warm. You're so warm. He's going, Mommy, what are you doing? This is not how I like to be held. You know this isn't how I like to be held. Why are you doing this to me? I'm a doggy. I'm a doggy. I'm sleepy. I'm a doggy. Now I'm going to pretend to melt in your arms so you can never ever put me down. Because I'm a sucky little baby doggy. Yes, I'm a sucky little baby. Yes, and I didn't try to eat the ducks when Mommy dropped them. No, I didn't try to dash in and steal one while she was picking them up, hoping she wouldn't see. And then I got caught and I backed off and tried to pretend that I wasn't trying to eat the duck. He didn't do that today. Totally not. He would never, ever, ever try to steal something when I wasn't looking. No. No, you wouldn't do that, would you? Because you're my good boy. You wouldn't do that. Except for when you do that. Excuse me. This week he got in trouble for taking lunch meat packaging out of the garbage and eating it. And I don't even know how he got it because I deliberately put it in a place where I was certain that he couldn't get to it because it was too late to take the trash out. And in the morning, he got to it. I'm still not sure how you pulled that off without any kitty assistance, as you no longer have kitty assistance. Have. Longer. Longer? Why does the word longer make your ears go up? Sometimes the words that make his ears go up, I have no idea. What do you think I'm saying? Because he understands a decent amount of words. Not as much as my other dog did. He could understand all sentences, but he was a different breed. No, now he's being snuggle. Yes, little snuggle. Little snuggle baby. You're so warm. I want to hold you forever. He's a great hand warmer. He had a full bowl of kibble. He just wanted it because it tasted like lunch meat. I think he does miss the kitty. Because for legitimately for about 2 weeks he was looking for the kitty. Like everywhere. He was going in search of the kitty. I do think he's lonely. Because he's never been an only pet. Oh, long sounds like hungry. Maybe, yeah. Because that is a word he knows. He knows most of the words he knows are food related. But he's never been an only pet. Like when I got him, he was one of 4, and then he became one of 5, and now he's the last survivor. So he's never been an only pet. So yeah, I do think that he's lonely. Which really makes me want to get a kitten. Plus, I really do want to get a kitten. Because I want a kitten. Yeah. I know. You want someone to play with. You want? Yeah, that's always a word that makes your ears go up. I know. You want someone to play with and somebody to cuddle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the last kitty was also his very good friend. That was the kitty that would wrestle with him and they would do WWE WrestleMania and full on body slam each other and run around like lunatics. And it was the kitty that helped with, heists of lunch meat and things off the kitchen counters. Yes, because you promised you would share with him and then you would snatch it and run away. Okay, sleepy baby. Say goodnight to the sleepy baby. He's gonna go on his pillow. Okay, you're gonna go on your pillow. Uh, okay, minor scratching. It's one. Okay, you're gonna go on your pillow. Yes, you are, my little baby. Snuggle cuddle. Your sweater needs to be washed. I won't take it off him for the next few days. Too cold. Okay. Now, can you lay down and be a good boy, please? Can you do that? Okay. You lay down, be a good boy. Uh, no, stop touching. Ow. Didn't mean to do that hard. He is going back into his puppy crate into the oven of warmth that he has there. Miss, the receptionist called out, seeing me. It's so good to see you. Those flowers are for you. I took a panicked look around. The elevator's down. He'll have to go through here, I muttered. Excuse me, but I don't quite understand, the receptionist said. There were too many flowers to hide them quickly and too little time to try to carry them out of the building. I snatched up the little card attached to one of the bouquets. I won't give up, it said. So this guy is the Jacob of the story, except what none of these stories, and I'm including Twilight, 50 Shades, and now this. You don't need that character. Kill him off. I genuinely hope evil kidnapper guy just shoots ex-boyfriend and we're done with it. But I have a feeling that won't be the case. Fucking shit, I cried and crumpling it in my hand. Also, girl, this is what restraining orders are for. Because she made it clear to the ex she doesn't want anything to do with him anymore. Okay, we're done. Regardless of him being set up and blah, 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 we're done. Ah, the sound of idiots street racing. That's when the door opened and Massimo strolled in. He took a quick glance at the roses, balling his fists before I managed to say anything. He spun on his heel and stormed out. Good. I stood in place, dazed, leaning against the wall, thinking about what was surely going to happen now. The sound of the Porsche and its screeching tires shook me out of its reverie. Oh, of course, he has to go kill this guy personally. He can't just send somebody. I sprinted to the stairs and skipped 3 at a time. Not in those stilettos, you didn't. Reaching the door of my apartment in a few seconds, my hands were shaking, and aiming the key at the lock proved to be more difficult than normal. When I finally opened the door, I grabbed the key to the BMW from the table and rushed back downstairs. Driving out of the garage, I dialed Martin, praying that he'd pick up. Okay, you've gone all the way upstairs, grab the key, and come back down. The guy in the Porsche is long out of sight. You have no idea. Like, I guess she's assuming that he's going to like Martin's house or work or something, so she's guessing, but this is not good. I see my present was more to your liking this time, he said. Where are you? I shouted. Excuse me. Where the fuck are you right now? Why are you yelling? I'm home. Want to drop by? God, no, I thought, and stepped on the accelerator. Get out of there. Right now, do you understand? Let's meet at the McDonald's by your place. I'll be there in 5. Oh, yeah, because you running to meet with him. That's a better idea? Or are you forgetting that, kidnapper guy has a tracker in your arm? You must really like those flowers, eh? Why don't you come inside, though? We can order sushi. Annoyed and terrified, I spread across the city, breaking every traffic regulation on the way. Another universe where cops don't exist. Martin, for fuck's sakes, just get out and meet me where I told you. I heard the intercom in his apartment chiming. Someone's at the door. Probably the food delivery. I'll be there, though. See you. I screamed at him, but he wasn't listening anymore. He hung up. I dialed his number again, but he didn't pick up. I tried again and again. I haven't been this scared in my entire life. It was all my fault. No, actually, it isn't. It's Martin's fault for not taking no for an answer. It's Massimo's fault for being a jealous, murdering douchebag. It's a lot of people's fault. When I arrived, I left the car in the middle of the street and sprinted to Martin's apartment block. So you're getting towed? Yeah, I'm not a fan of sushi. But I did know a kid whose favorite food in the world was sushi. Like if he got a really good grade on test and mommy said he got to pick the restaurant to celebrate, it was always sushi. He didn't care where. Just sushi. As long as it had sushi, this was a good place. No, he liked the what's the place where they do the cooking on the thing right in front of you, the like onion volcano, and they flip the shrimp into that and stuff like that. He liked that because the chef doing the show would like play with him, and there'd always be other people at the table that thought he was adorable, which was a good thing. And he asked mommy once if they could do the onion volcano at home, and she told him that they have to do that in a restaurant because that's the law, so she can't do it at home. He totally bought this. He this made perfect sense to a 6-year-old. Hibachi, yeah. Hibachi places. He likes those. Mm-mm. I punched in the code and rushed upstairs, grabbing the handle and swung the door open. Inside, I saw Massimo's men. I crossed the threshold, feeling my strength abandoning me, and slid to the floor with my back to the wall. Okay, this is like the 4th time she's done that exact move of leaning against the wall and sliding down it. If they repeat that this many times in the movie, I'm gonna laugh really hard. Massimo was there too, sitting next to Martin on the sofa. Seeing me, he jumped to his feet, Martin hot on his heels, so he hasn't killed him yet. The bodyguard standing closest shoved him in the chest, pushing him back to the couch. Where are your pills? I heard the man in black asking, but his voice was fading away. Oh, she's gonna faint again. Lara. I have some, Martin said. Where's my pen? We're up to 9. When I opened my eyes, I was laying on the mattress in the bedroom with Massimo next to me. You're giving me more reasons to kill that guy than he has himself, he hissed angrily. If not for the fact that you left your medicine here. He trailed off, clenching his teeth. Hey, weren't his guys supposed to get everything of hers out of this guy's apartment? They didn't take her meds? Let me talk to him, I said, sitting up. You promised me. I trusted you. Massimo kept quiet for a while before calling out in Italian. His men walked out through the doorway. All right, but I'll be here. You will talk in Polish, so I won't understand anyway, but I'll be sure he doesn't touch you. I pushed myself up, slowly, groggily, and went back to the living room where Martin was waiting on the couch, fuming. After he saw me, his glare became less hostile. I sat down next to him, and Massimo took a chair by the aquarium. How are you feeling? He asked, worried. Want to hear the truth? I'm furious with both of you. I want to kill you both, I retorted. What were you thinking, Martin? What do you think I was thinking? I'm fighting for you. Isn't that what you wanted? Didn't you want me to fight for you? No, she explicitly told you to go away. Like, there may have been a time when the idea, like, to some women of two guys fighting over them was appealing, but that time has come and gone, and it ain't coming back. Who knows the, here's a perfect example. Who knows the ending of the game Mario Odyssey? And yes, I'm going there. And I hope that this is in the movie. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the ending of Mario Odyssey, um, where of course once again Bowser is trying to force Princess Peach to marry him, and Mario comes to the rescue, and then they're on the moon afterwards. It's a weird game, and both Bowser and Mario are on their knees before Peach, holding out various bouquets, saying pick me," and she's like looking back and forth, and they're like both begging her, and uh, she just looks at them both and just goes, "Enough!" and just walks right through the two of them and is like, "I'm not picking either of you fools. I've had enough of this. I'm getting on the airship and I'm taking off. Bye, boys." And it's a great moment. It is a great moment for Peach. It does not make up for the fucking Peach Showtime game that proved that even after 25 years since they tried to make a Nintendo game explicitly aimed at girls starring Princess Peach as the main character, they waited 25 years because the backlash on the first, and I remember this because I was like 13 when it came out and I was furious. The backlash for how much sexist garbage it was so bad. They didn't try again for 25 years, and guess what? The new game is a bunch of sexist garbage. You remember the original game? Yeah, it was Super Princess Peach. What was her fucking skill set? Her emotions. That's how she had power in the game. If she cried, she could make plants grow, like bawling hysterically. Or if she was happy, she could float in the air for a few seconds. She had no attack capability, no defense capability. She could just affect her environment and avoid enemies. It was disgustingly sexist. But the new game, she still has no agency and no power. She has no attack power. She loses her crown and therefore like loses all identity because throughout the game you take on it's set in a theater, so like she puts on costumes but becomes like inhabited by the spirit of like the baker, the sword fighter, the mermaid, the whatever. And only then does she have any kind of capabilities. If she's just in normal Princess Peach form, she can't do anything. I'm not saying God forbid people show emotions. I'm saying that's not a superpower. And that should not be your skill set in a game. The new one, yeah. The new one, the Princess Peach Showtime, is on Switch, yeah. I mean, it's cute enough, but there is also, it was sold as a full priced game, which there's not enough content to justify that. It should have been like one of their $30 or $40 games, not at full $80. Like, no. It was overpriced for the amount of content in it and the time that it takes to play. I mean, it's cute enough and it's got some replayability aspects because there's coins you collect and you got to find these little cute characters that after you play the main game, they're hidden in every level, and there's like challenges to do and like boss fights with like criteria to like show your skills. But and there's decorating, and you can change Peach's dress to different patterns, but you can't change the fucking color, which seems like the most obvious thing ever. If you're going to let me change Princess Peach's dress, don't just give me different like patterns on her pink dress. Let me change the color. Let me change the sleeves. the gloves. Like, let's if we're gonna have customizability, let's like actually have it. So it just seemed like underdeveloped. And you can't do anything to her hair, which is sad. Didn't you want me to fight for you? Give you more attention? He asked. Besides, I think you owe me some explanations. For example, who are those armed men and what is that Italian prick doing in my house? I dropped my head, resigned. Yeah, how are you going to explain him? Especially to your parents. What are you going to say he does for a living? I told you it was over between us. You cheated on me and I can never forgive that. And the man sitting in the armchair there is my future husband. I knew those words would hurt him, but it was the only way to get rid of him and ensure he lived. Martin pinned me with an angry stare, grimacing. Do we really care? Do we think she cares if this guy gets blown away? Because I don't. I'm not buying that she gives a fuck. uh, so that's what it's all about. You wanted to get married, and I didn't propose. So you found yourself some Italian gangster, and now you're going to be his wife? You took your man on vacation only to find yourself another one? That's fucking evil. Okay, now this guy really needs to die because he can fuck all the way off. You took your girlfriend on vacation for her birthday, then you ditched her, slept with somebody else, and then when she went missing, you fucked off back home and didn't give a damn where she was for a month, so you can go right to hell. Martin's mocking, derisive tone rubbed Massimo the wrong way. The Italian pulled his gun out of his pocket and placed it on his knee. My fury with both of them boiled over then. I'd had enough of all this. It was too much. Switching to English so they both understood, I screamed at Martin. I'm in love, get it? I don't want to be with you any more. You cheated on me and humiliated me. You acted like a bastard on my birthday. Nothing is going to change that anymore. I don't want to see you again, and I've had it with both of you now, so you can kill each other if that's what you want. I turned to Massimo. But that's not going to change a thing. I decide about my life, not either of you. So fuck off, both of you. I screamed and stormed out, said the woman literally being held captive who has not decided anything this entire book. Massimo called out something to the men in the corridor and they followed me. I was faster, though. I knew the neighborhood better. I reached my car and drove off, tires screeching, leaving them behind. I knew they'd normally start shooting, but they couldn't. Well, and you have an RFID chip in your arm. They know where you're going. My phone kept buzzing, the screen displaying unknown number. I knew it was Massimo, but talking to him was the last thing I wanted right now. So I switched the phone off, praying she was home. I drove to Olga's. I rang the doorbell, and a minute later the door opened. Standing in the doorway, Olga looked like she'd had an epic hangover. You're alive, she said, plodding back into the apartment. Come on in. My head's going to explode. I got totally trashed last night. I closed the door and followed her into the living room, where she fell to the couch and wrapped herself in a thick blanket. I've partied with that blonde guy from the club since Saturday. I think the poor bastard fell in love or something. Can't seem to stop calling me. I sat still, saying nothing. It was dawning on me that I had left the two men with guns and told them to kill each other. Yeah, not seeing the problem there. You're pale like Dominica's calves, remember? That girl we used to go to school with? Olga said. But seeing my expression, she added, What happened? I shook my head, shooting her a glance. If I didn't tell her the truth, all the secrecy might kill me. I've lied to you. She faced me, grimacing. Okay, so we're just gonna put the friend in danger by telling her what's going on. I don't live at a friend's apartment, and I didn't meet just anyone in Italy. Telling her the whole story took me the better part of 2 hours. And when I was finished, I fished my engagement ring from my pocket and put it on my finger. This is the proof, I sighed, leaning my head back. Now you know everything. This is not a wise move. This is not a good idea. This is a security threat. Olga gaped at the piece of jewelry with shock on her face. Holy fuck. What you said was something straight out of a thriller. An erotic one at that. How many times is the book gonna blow itself? What happened to Martin? Her eyes flashed with excitement. Jesus, girl, I don't even want to think about it. Why are you asking me this? Because he might be dead? We both grew silent for a while, but after a moment's hesitation, Olga reached for her phone, dialed a number, and put the thing on speaker. We'll see. The next few seconds seemed to take ages. I knew whom she was calling. Martin picked up after 5 long rings. What do you want, you nymphomaniac? He asked her in a low voice. Nice to hear you too, darling. I was looking for Laura. Do you know where she is? You're not the only one looking for her. I don't know and I don't want to know. I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Bye. Oh, seems like he got the message. He hung up and we both exploded with laughter. He's alive at least, I said, trying to stop my nervous giggling. Thank God. Even the Sicilian Costa Nostra was no match for him, Olga added, pushing herself up from the floor. Is the friend Olga gonna wind up being the accomplice to Martin and they're the Jack Hyde and whatever the fuck the one scene having nobody remembers assistant's name is that end up doing the kidnapping thing later? Is that who the friend is? Ugh. Well, since everyone's alive and well, and I finally know what's happening, you can stay at my place for the night. Maybe it'll do your fiance some good to worry a bit before you go back. I sighed with relief and nodded, but was immediately on alert again as someone knocked at the door. Well, duh, you know you're being tracked. You know this. This is not a surprise. You know this. At this hour, Olga asked, puzzled, walking across the living room to open it. It's probably just the blonde guy. I'll get rid of him in no time. She opened the door and fell silent, taking 2 steps back, followed by Massimo. He pinned me with an icy glare, stopping in the doorway as if waiting for something. Well, well, this is beginning to look like a proper mess, Olga said in Polish. Will you keep sitting there, making him wait, or should I leave you two? What are you doing here? I asked. How did you find me? The car has GPS tracking in case it gets stolen. Besides, I know where your best friend lives. I haven't introduced myself, he said, turning his head to look at Olga. Massimo Torricelli. Okay, did the book forget that he admitted that she has a GPS tracker in her arm? Like, seriously. You don't need to say it's the car. Like, I have no doubt it's true about the car, but what the... I know who you are, my friend replied, shaking his hand. Laura told me, and the way she described you leaves no room for interpretation. So, will you two just keep ogling each other, or do you want to talk? Massimo's expression grew softer, and I fought off the urge to laugh. The whole situation was so ridiculous, just like everything else that happened to me during the last few weeks. I got up from the couch and grabbed the keys to my car, walking up to my friend and kissing her on the forehead. We should go now. We'll meet tomorrow at lunch, okay? Go and fuck his brains out for me. He's even hotter than you said. Oh my god. Because that was the important part of everything she told you, that he's good looking. Really? Hey, it's 9:15. Why did nobody tell me it was drinking time? Okay, I need the ladies' room. I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, but it is drinking time, so I will remind everyone that for the rounded sum of $50, you can make me chug that, and I will love you long time forever. Be right back. And we still have 2 ducks looking for a home. Deacon, you're off for bed? I understand. Have a good one. Everyone say goodnight to Deacon. Happy dreams. Here, here. Oh, itchy, itchy, itchy. Can't scratch, can't scratch. Scratching bad, can't scratch. Ugh, scratching bad. Okay, one. Uh, sorry, just my nose is so freaking itchy, and it's like nails on a chalkboard, and it's on my face, and it's like, it's not good. Oh, I just want to do this freaking badly right now. From now on, I'm just opening all mail with gloves on. Just gonna pretend I'm a secretary in like 2001. Don't tell me it's too soon for that joke, because it's not. uh, Olga replied, slapping me on the butt. Ask him if he has a friend looking for some company. She added as I passed the doorway. Trust me, you don't want that. I waved at her and left. We went out without speaking. I pressed the button on the remote and got into my car. Massimo sat in the passenger seat. Where's the Porsche? Paolo took it home for me. I pressed the ignition button and started driving. We didn't speak at all the whole way home, both waiting for the other to start. Back in our apartment, Massimo took his seat on the sofa and nervously ran his hand through his hair. Did your friend know who I am? Did you tell her everything? Yeah. I've had enough of all those lies, Massimo. I can't live like that. Back in Italy, it was easier. Everyone knows you there. But here it's different. The people are different. They're my people. And each time I'm supposed to lie to them, I feel like shit. Okay, I'm sorry, but this character as written does not have any fucking sense of morality or ethics. She would not give a flying fuck about lying to everyone she knows. I have no doubt. This is complete bullshit. This is like character assassination, except she doesn't have any to begin with. He sat still, keeping his emotionless eyes on me. We're going back to Sicily after this weekend, he announced, getting up. Maybe you're going back. I'm not going anywhere. Besides, you owe me an apology. The man in black drew near me, suddenly shaking with fury, his eyes growing utterly black and his jaw clenching. I didn't kill him, so you can't blame me for anything. I went there to show him who he was dealing with, to set a boundary he won't be able to cross. I know he's alive. I also know he won't be bothering me again. He told Olga he doesn't want to have anything to do with me anymore. Massimo couldn't hide his amusement at that. He stuck his hands into his pockets and rocked on his feet. It would be strange if he still hoped to get you back after what he's heard from you and me. I frowned and sent him a questioning look. I didn't kill him. You should be grateful, he said, planting a kiss on my forehead and disappearing into the bedroom. This is what you want from your fiancé. You should be grateful I didn't murder somebody and blame you for it. Yeah, that. For a moment more, I stood rooted to the spot, thinking about their conversation. Finally, I followed Massimo. He was in the closet. I passed him on the way to the bathroom and took a shower, dreaming only of going to sleep. When I got back, he was lying in bed, wrapped in a towel, watching TV, and looking absolutely comfortable. Not at all like someone who had recently threatened to kill someone. He was fascinating. In my eyes, he was the perfect man. Okay, that's my cue. I need a drink before finishing that sentence because it's gonna get worse. So, what shall we drink to tonight? Ugh. Puppy, what should we drink to? What should we drink to? I know. As it is Saturday, it is also Catterday. Therefore, we raise our first toast to all the kitties in the world and all the kitties that we have ever loved and had and all the future kitties. All the fluffy ones and the old ones and the slinky ones and the black ones and the orangey ones and everything in between, especially the calicos. I've always wanted a little calico because they always seem so adorable. Or something with a very fluffy tail. But I want my next kitty to be a very cuddly kitty. So need to look up like how do I make a kitten be turn into a cuddly kitty? Because some cats are cuddly and some aren't, and I don't know if there's anything you can do about it. I think it might just be whatever the nature of the kitty is. Not that I have plans to get a new kitty because it's just not. I got to catch up on bills and stuff first. Thank you, Nightwolf, for telling me my shirt was falling down. This dress tends to do that. The fabric's kind of slippy. Thank you for protecting my modesty. But here is to kitties and cats, not the musical. Ugh. See, now things start to get better. Well, after I chug 2 or 3 of those, we do not have the option to chug more than once. It is limited to 3, and there does have to be a half hour in between with lots of water. Those are the rules. But it is no longer limited to once a night. It's now 3 times a night is the limit. Yes, I know, Nightwolf, you're more of a doggo person, but I know you appreciate the kitties too. Okay, let me choke this down. In my eyes, he was the perfect man, an alpha male, a guardian and defender. She was totally watching The Dark Knight when she wrote. For the rest of the world, he was an unpredictable and dangerous mobster. It was strange and exciting. But would I be able to cope with that in the long run? Since last evening when he had knelt before me, I was wondering if spending the rest of my life with this man was a good idea. Allow me to answer. No. I am glad that you love all animals. There's certain ones that you can keep far, far away from me, but for the most part, I love all animals. We need to talk, Laura, Massimo said suddenly, keeping his eyes on the TV. You rejected my call today and then you turned your cell phone off. I'd like that to remain the first and last time. This is about your safety. So again, we're just copy pasting from 50 Shades. If you're not in the mood to talk to me, pick up and tell me. Don't make me do things such as tracking you down. Right here. Right here. I stopped in the doorway, fully prepared for an argument, but Monica's words reverberated in my head. He was right. No, he's not. I walked over to the bed, allowing the towel I was wrapped in to fall to the floor. Oh, now she's going to give him sex to say, I'm sorry for not doing anything wrong, you controlling, possessive douchebag. Facing Massimo naked. He didn't even look at me. Fuming with anger, I threw myself onto the bed and turned my back to him and fell asleep nearly instantaneously. Girl, go sleep on the couch. Pretend you have some dignity. I was woken up by a... Excuse me. The first two you can keep. I'll take the big furry ones. Ugh. I was woken up by a gentle touch on my clitoris. I felt 2 fingers sliding inside me. Suspended between sleep and wakefulness, disoriented, not sure if this was really happening, I asked, Massimo? Yes. I heard his sensual whisper right next to my ear. What are you doing? I need to get inside you. I'll go crazy if I don't. Dude, go jerk off in the shower. I'm sleeping, he said, nearing his hips to mine, his hard cock resting on my buttocks. I don't want you to. What do we bet he's going to ignore that? I know, he said, and impaled me. There we go. There we go. There we go. Like, again, as with 50 Shades, anyone who wants to argue this guy is not a rapist doesn't know how to read. And for anyone even thinking about, and sometimes these comments get left later on, for anyone even thinking about saying, well, she's property or she's his fiance, therefore you can go burn and die in a fire right now. Because I don't care who's married to who or whatever. She said no, he didn't listen, he's a rapist, that's that. He shoved his penis into my hole, wet with his spit. I moaned. We're not saying which hole, so pick one. We were laying on the side, and his powerful arms snaked around me, tightening. His hips were still, and his hands slowly traced lines across my breasts. With a reverence approaching worship, he touched my body, pinching my nipples once in a while. Okay, girl, if he worshipped you, he would have respected when you said no. Twilight is a better book than this, but that's because Twilight was heavily edited by people who knew what they were doing. Like, if you get into what was in the original version, it's a very different tale. Twilight worked, it had competent editors. This piece of shit clearly had no editors and was translated by Google AI. Oh, my stomach's doing the clenching thing. I really don't want to throw up tonight. I am not drunk enough for this at all, because I'm not drunk at all, which is bad. His touch woke me up, stroking the passion inside me. I need to feel you, Laura, he said as my hips started to sway gently. Don't move. I was pissed. He'd woken me up, made me horny, and was now ordering me to lie still like a piece of driftwood. Right out of Gray's playbook. He liked him still and pretending to be dead, too. But do we have any doubt that he fucked a corpse more than once? Because I don't. I'm adding to the copying 50 Shades tally. Stop scratching. Gah! It's hard. I slid him out, turning myself over and sitting astride him. He'll feel me now. Deeper and faster, I said, clasping my hand over his throat. Oh, so I guess he likes a bit of being a sub, which makes perfect sense. Massimo didn't resist. He gripped my hips with both hands, moving them gently. Even lying beneath me, he had to at least pretend to be in control. I tightened my grip and leaned in towards him. I'm going to fuck you this time, I said, starting to rock my ass. As my clitoris rubbed against his belly, I felt the need to feel more. My movements sped up, getting more ruthless and insistent. The man dug his fingers into my buttocks painfully and moaned loudly. I couldn't help myself and slapped him on the cheek with my free hand. This is literally copy of a scene from Rome. Not even kidding. This is literally a scene from Rome. Like the positioning, the throat, the slap, it's identical. Slapped him on the cheek with my free hand, immediately orgasming with incredible intensity. Racked by spasms of ecstasy, all my muscles tightened and I froze. Maximo clutched at me harder, starting to move his hips steadily. A moment later, I felt his fingers slipping into my ass, and I came again with a loud cry as he pushed himself inside me faster and harder. One more time, baby girl, he whispered. Yay, we get to play with fire. I have to read the other side first. Don't let me forget. I lifted the hand that was resting on his torso and slapped his cheek again. I'd never orgasmed for so long, so intensely. Why do I find that, well, believable? Because I have a feeling she sucks in bed. And I just heard how that sounded, and nobody clipped that, or you don't. I will sick the ducks on you. Some of the ducks are vicious, you know. Intensely, Massimo rolled over, throwing me to my back, his dick never slipping out of me, and knelt. Again, you have to try this thing with the dolls before you write it down. Because, well, in the movies, they like to pretend that, when she's on top, you can just turn over and he'll still be inside. That is a bit of a magic trick. In real life, it don't really work that way. And for him to turn her over, still be inside, and somehow kneel, I don't think so. I was exhausted, but I wanted more. I'm not going to come. Wrong spelling. He said, stopping and laying down. Besides, we left the condoms back in the car, and I never stop halfway. Dude, you're already inside her without a condom on. That's not. You can still get her knocked up like that. Also, pre-cum is a thing, and do we think that that's not happening? Also, I have it on good authority the guys can't tell when that's happening, and that will definitely get you knocked up, so, already, the not having a condom thing kinda out the window. And do we not think this guy would have condoms in his pockets at all times? Because I kinda think that he would. A lot. Or in his wallet or something. Don't most guys carry a condom in their wallet? Isn't that a thing? I think it's been a thing. Have a drink, check your email, okay. Oh, okay, thank you for the drink, Nightwolf. I love you. It's been a while since we got to burn. I was thinking that too. I was like, how are we? We're over 10 pages. Let me check. Where did we start? Yeah. We're 14 pages in and we have not yet set fire to anything. I think that's a record. Also, we're almost on page count for timing. Wow. Okay, I'm going to finish. This is the end of the chapter. I'm going to finish the chapter, then chug. You're so lucky I don't know how to clip. See, this is why it's a good thing that Sethail isn't here, because he does. And he's very quick at it. And he would definitely clip that and put it in my Discord. So don't write down the time code and give it to him, is what I'm saying. Never use a condom that's been stuffed in a man's wallet. Is that because it gets too hot and it kills the spermicide? Or it's been in there for 50 years and it will break? Puzzled, I sent him a look, but I couldn't see his face in the darkness. I'd always treated making him come as a personal challenge, more satisfying than my own orgasms. When was any of this established? If you don't come, I'll do it for you, I decided, shoving his cock down my throat. Keeping my hand wrapped around his base, his breathing grew heavy and he writhed beneath me. His body told me he was nearly there. We get 3 more on the wrong spelling count, and I was not expecting that. I grabbed his hand and placed it on my head so he could control my pace. This is disgusting. Massimo tightened his grip on my hair and pulled me closer to his hips, making me taste his entire manhood. He started to come, and a wave of his seed flooded my throat. I'm going to puke. I couldn't swallow, and it spilled from my mouth. He didn't seem to care, lost in the ecstasy my lips were giving him. At one point, the grip on my head loosened. His hand slipped off, hitting the mat. I raised my eyes and licked his belly clean. I'm gonna die. I'm never eating food again. I am never eating food again. Ever, ever, ever again. I need mind bleach. Plus actual bleach. I would rather drink actual bleach than that. Ever. You're sweet, I said, lying next to him. I pressed a button on the remote and found on the night table, making the LEDs under the bed light up so I could see Massimo's face. That's not how underlighting works. Also, ew. You're a pervert, Laura, he breathed, unable to calm his breath. Didn't your visions have anything sexual about them, I asked, provocatively licking the remains of his jizz from my lips. Oh, God. Girl, I'm gonna... I'm really, really, really gonna throw up. I'm not even kidding. I'm trying not to cry. Oh, but there's like vomit right up to here. I'm finishing this page, then I'm drinking a lot. I moved closer to him and kissed his chin, stroking his balls. Oh, wait, I skipped a line. I often thought about what you were like in bed, but I always fucked you, not the other way around. That's just me, you know. Sometimes I like to be in control, but don't worry, it doesn't come often. Usually I prefer to be the slave. And I'm not perverted, I'm kinky, there's a difference. This is true. Well, if it doesn't come too often, I think I'll allow it. And trust me, baby girl, we get two. He said, running his fingers through my hair. You are perverted, promiscuous, and absolutely debauched, and thankfully, mine. Do we have mine on the list? If we don't, it's going on the list. I'm burning half a page. I have to read the other side, but now I'm drinking. Okay, so we have to go back. That is the end of the chapter. We're not done, but that's the end of chapter 16. Okay, so we got one burn there. We got 2 on the other page, and then a new chapter. But yes, Nightwolf, I did see that you bought a girl a drink, and thank you so very, 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 very much. You are a very good friend, and I'm going to top this up because I had some of it. And, you know, when I say it's up to a certain point, that's where it is. Ugh, the urge to fill this all the way to the top, seriously. No, you cannot turn a condom inside out and reuse them. Anyone watching this on the internet, especially if you're inexperienced, do not do this. This is a bad idea. Don't ever do this. Ever, 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 ever. It doesn't work. I think mine is on a list. Mine is on the list. I think it is too. Yes, it is. It is. So we get 3 burnings, and 2 of them are, or 3 of them, we get 3 on one page. So that's 4. We get 4. So I'm definitely just going to burn the whole half a page because I have to read the other side first. Then we play with fire. Sorry for what? Giving bad sex advice? No, you can't turn a condom inside out. It doesn't work like that. Also, don't actually use glow-in-the-dark condoms. They're just for a joke. They are not meant to actually be used, and they cause cancer, so don't. Okay, let's get this down. This will make life better, as long as it stays down. Not bad. All right. First things first. The one that we can burn right now, and I'm going to hold it from the top so I don't set my hand on fire, because we practice safety here even as we do unsafe things. All right, for the first time tonight, we've got Baby Girl going up in flames in 3, 2, 1, launch. And it's gone. But look at how this thing fucking smolders. Look at this. I mean, that wasn't too bad, but it smells weird. Excuse me. That's from chugging. Sorry. Excuse me. Okay. Do we only have 2? We had 2. Okay, so yeah, we have Baby Girl and mine. Do we have anything on the other page? I'm not reading that again. It's gross. And I'll die. Okay, so we're up to 3. I have to... Oh, no, I don't even have to read the other half because it's at the top of the page. Good. So, chapter 17. I'm about to burn that away. Because we got 2 spots on one page, so... Once again, we have Baby Girl and mine. I'm going to try and do a twofer. Still counts as 3 burnings, though. It's 3 words. I'm just going to try to get them both at once. I'm hoping if I keep it moving, it won't ignite quite so badly. I may have partially burned a page we haven't read yet, but that's okay. I promise whatever I make up to fill in any holes will be better than what was written there. You see, look how it burns. It's weird. Nair latex? Who is latex? The book? Believe me, if the book was latex, I'd know by now. I would have died. But we got a nice hole. Yeah, it didn't burn the other page too badly. It's still readable. See, now this is where people would be saying that it looks like an archangel and you should cover it in hairspray and sell it on eBay. Who remembers the Virgin Mary grilled cheese? You're the lady that made that and then sold that for I think $25,000. She got a tattoo of the grilled cheese. The next 2 days were rather ordinary. I met with Olga and Massimo met with Carlo. We ate breakfast together and watched TV before going to sleep. In other words, they spend no time together. On Saturday, I woke up early and couldn't go back to sleep. I kept thinking about having to take the man in black to meet my parents. A few weeks back, I had been afraid they'd die from his hand. Now he was about to meet them. Okay, girl, you were never concerned for anybody. You were never even afraid. Ow. When he finally woke up, I could start preparing, pretending everything was fine. I went to the closet to rummage through my stuff in search of the perfect outfit, completely forgetting that all the best ones had been left on Sicily. Resigned, I collapsed to the soft rug, staring at the hangers, hiding my face in my hands. Go shopping! Excuse me. Everything all right? I heard Massimo ask as he leaned on the doorframe. Nothing but the standard dilemma of half the women in the world. I don't know what to wear. I replied, frowning. Massimo took a sip of the coffee in his mug, keeping his eyes on me, as if subconsciously feeling that it wasn't the clothes that were the problem. I have something for you, he said finally, walking to his part of the closet. It arrived on Friday. Dominic's pick, so I hope he'll like it. He reached up and took out a hanger covered with fabric sporting a Chanel logo. Delighted, I jumped to my feet and immediately unzipped the cover. I gasped, seeing a short, nude silk dress. It had short sleeves and a very deep, creased neckline. It was perfect. simple and modest, but at the same time extremely sexy. Bitch, those things don't go together. And also, a nude silk dress, a short dress, for a wedding? Ew! Also, okay, I'm just gonna say this. She's white. White people don't look good in nude dresses or nude clothing in general. You just look like you're trying to be nothing. But especially, like, no matter who you are, wearing a nude short dress with deep décolletage to a wedding. Like, the word skank comes to mind. And no, it is not possible for it to be extremely sexy and modest at the same time. I grew up in way too many religions, believe me, I know. Thank you, I said, turning to Massimo and kissing him on the cheek. How can I ever repay you? I asked, slowly dropping to my knees and stopping with my face on the level of his crotch. Somebody duct taped this, glue her lips shut. I'd love to show you how grateful I am. Massimo leaned back against the closet and grabbed me by the hair. I should have a counter for that. My head hurts. I pulled his pants down and opened my mouth, allowing him to decide the course of action. The man in black watched me with eyes full of desire, but didn't move a muscle. Impatiently, I tried catching his cock with my mouth, but the hands in my hair tightened their grip, immobilizing me. This is going to get worse before it gets better. Also, it's got to be breaking some international law to have two blowjob scenes back to back. It's breaking laws somewhere. Take off your top. Oh, we're gonna do the pearl necklace thing. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. It's just the most degrading, dehumanizing, disrespectful. He said, holding me in place. Now open your mouth wide. He slid into my throat slowly so I could feel each inch of him on my tongue. I purred with delight and started sucking, blowing him with something I loved to do. I adored his taste and the way his body responded to my touch. Enough, Massimo said after a dozen seconds or so, pushing away and pulling up his pants. You can't always get what you want, also you'll be late to the hairstylist. What? So he made her take her top off, face fucked her for about 30 seconds, and then said enough? And supposedly she's the one not getting what she wants? That is not how anything works! Okay, any males in the chat, am I right that that is not how anything works? Because I know that I'm right. Staying on my knees, frowning and horny, I watched him leave the closet. Also, girl, giving a guy a blowjob ain't gonna help you with being horny. You know what I'm saying? Why did he give up his pleasure? It was no accident, I was sure. I glanced at my watch and realized it really was getting late. The wedding's at 4 in the afternoon. They just got up. Like, do you people sleep until 3 in the afternoon? Not that I can point fingers there because I've recently done that quite a lot, but that's after being up until 8 or 9 in the morning. Really was getting late, so I rushed down to the kitchen, gulped some tea, and grabbed a sweet roll from the table. After the first bite, I felt nauseous. I sprinted to the bathroom, nearly toppling Massimo over on the way. A while later, I heard knocking on the door and rinsed my mouth and left. She's gonna be knocked up now. Like it's gonna somehow like she got pregnant in the last like 4 days, or the test was like a false negative or some shit. Everything all right? He asked, looking me up and down with a worried expression. I dropped my head, resting my forehead on his torso. Also, Cerebellum, let me know if you're still here, because I have a question. It's it's stress. The thought of you meeting my parents scares me. I don't know why I told them we'd come. I blurted out. I'm nervous and tense, and I'd just like to stay home today. Massimo smirked, seeing my resignation. Okay, we don't know exactly what heart condition she supposedly has, but we've narrowed it down to like a couple of most likely options. You said something called POTS. Uh, would being pregnant complicate either, excuse me, either that condition or any similar condition that sounds like whatever the hell is wrong with her? Because I had a friend who had a heart condition that she didn't know about until she got pregnant, and it exacerbated the heart condition, and that's when they found it, and ultimately she did die of it about 6 months later. That was unforeseen because they didn't think it was that bad. Like, she was on the transplant list, don't get me wrong, she was, but she was not like at the top because they didn't think it was that bad. They thought she had time, and then she just died. 24 years old, 2 kids. Life sucks sometimes. And then her funeral, at least she died in Hong Kong, but they did hold a funeral later on here in Toronto that I went to. And of course, it had to be hailing that day. Literally, one of the few times a year we get a proper hailstorm. And it had to be during her funeral. And hail had to break the windows of the church we were in. Only a couple, and like up high on the balcony, like nobody got hurt, but it was just like I was like raging at God the whole way home. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Not only does like one of my best friends die so young and for such a stupid, pointless way, and she dies halfway around the world when there was like something going on where like the embassy was closed or something because there was like rioting or protesting or something. So it took forever for her family to get back here and to get her body back here so we could have the funeral. It was like months later. And then on the day we finally get to bury her and say goodbye, there's a fucking hailstorm that breaks fucking windows. And made me late getting there because, even though I don't live that far from Toronto, it's a question of time of day, whether it takes 40 minutes or 4 hours. And then it started hailing on the way there. So it's like, not safe to drive, but also we're on the highway and there's nowhere to pull off. So keep driving extraordinarily slowly. I knew that, yeah, your heart rate goes up. Am I wrong in saying your heart actually like gets bigger when you're pregnant, or is that like a myth? Because I know blood pressure issues are incredibly common during pregnancy. Like whether it's up or down, it does things. Sorry for the random tangent, but if you've been here a while, you know to expect that. Oh, also, if anybody has a recipe for spinach lasagna, please put in my Discord or DM me. Because due to unforeseen circumstances, I might try to actually make it in the near future. A friend of mine used to make it for me, but she's not around anymore. Not the friend I was just talking about, different friend. But she moved to Portugal. Um, and I might try my hand at making it. I need lasagna noodles and possibly ricotta. I can't remember what the cheese was, but I have everything else. Uh, okay, here's a lovely question. Will you feel better if I fuck you so hard you won't be able to sit down? She just puked. I kind of think the jostling might just cause more puking, you know? He asked, his expression comically serious. For a while I considered that. My nausea was quickly vanishing. I decided that sex might actually help me to release the tension and improve my mood. The thought itself was making me feel better. Girl, you're just horny. Constantly. Massimo glanced at his watch and took my hand, leading me to the living room before pulling my pants down and stopping next to the glass table. Lean down, he said, pulling on a condom. And now show me that sweet ass. I'll do it fast and hard. Okay, if you take those lines out of context, would you get that he's talking about sex? He did as he promised, and a while later I was relaxed and decidedly calmer, ready to go to the hair salon. Oy vey. An hour passed and I was back home, but Massimo was nowhere to be seen. I took out my phone and called him, but he didn't pick up. He hadn't said anything about my meeting, so I grew a bit worried. About any meeting, so I grew a bit worried, but he was a grown man. No, he's not. He knew what he was doing. Fuck no. After 2 more hours and about 30 more calls, I was really pissed though. 30, 30, 30, 30? Have some dignity. Oh, don't scratch, don't scratch, don't scratch. Oh, but under my eye is really itchy and I really want to scratch. Okay, quick scratch. I'm not gonna tear anything. 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 Oh, oh, that feels so good. I forgot I have makeup on. Shit. Okay, it's not too bad. Ugh. They really are. Oh, I touched my eye. Fuck. Oh, I touched my eye. Ow. Oh, you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking Marfan syndrome, which allegedly Abraham Lincoln suffered from. She is supposed. I do believe she is tall. We haven't heard directly about her fingers, but she is tall. Yeah, I remember Marfan syndrome. It can cause an abrupt aortic dissection, if I'm not mistaken. Usually when somebody is about 40, if I recall. By the way, try telling an actual doctor that you know that when you're not a doctor. The look you get is really comical. Also, during pregnancy, it can cause aortic dissection. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. The extra strain on the heart can trigger an underlying condition. I went to the apartment on the other side of I went to the apartment on the other side of the street to learn something from Massimo's goons, but nobody opened the door. I shot a glance at my watch and cursed under my breath. We should have been on our way by now. All spruced up in my tight-fitting dress with sky-high stilettos, I took a seat on the couch wondering what to do now. I didn't want to go on my own, but Mom would kill me if I told her I would miss the party. I grabbed my bag and the keys to the BMW and took the elevator to the garage. Excuse me. On the way, I thought of how to explain the absence of my new partner and settled on selling everyone the same story about him catching a cold or some such. Around 10 miles from my destination, I glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing a car quickly gaining on me. It overtook me and blocked my way. I stopped my BMW. It was the black Ferrari. Massimo stepped out gracefully and headed my way. He was wearing a smart gray suit that perfectly brought out his musculature and opened the door and offered me a hand. Business, he said by way of explanation, shrugging. I'm still mad at you, you fucking prick. Like, you have a cell phone, call. Come on. I kept my hands on the steering wheel, staring ahead. I hated this feeling of helplessness that I had to experience so regularly when Massimo's business interfered with our plans. I knew I wasn't allowed to ask, and even if I did, he wouldn't tell me, and that would only make me angrier. This is really what you want for your life? I'd rather be single. Pouting, I gave him my hand and got into the black Ferrari. In an instant, Massimo stepped inside, taking a seat behind the steering wheel and placing a hand on my thigh as if nothing had happened. You look gorgeous, he said, stroking my leg softly. But I feel like something's missing. Oh, he's gonna pull the pretty woman and like give her the necklace with the hearts and the diamonds. And I always wanted to know if that was actually made for the movie or if they borrowed it. He reached into the glove compartment and took out a small box that read Tiffany & Co. Called it. So we're stealing from Pretty Woman now. I just watched that the other night. Well, when I say watch that, I mean I watched that for roughly the 1,487th time. Don't judge me. You can't buy me with bling, you know, I said as he opened the box, revealing a neck glimmering with dozens of small diamonds. It's the necklace from Pretty Woman! It's the necklace from Pretty Woman! I called it! I thought Book would at least make it earrings, but no, it's the necklace from Pretty Woman. I know it is. It's not fair. Stop bringing things I like into this. I need pizza. A lot of pizza. He lifted it out and fastened it on my neck, kissing me gently on the cheek. Now it's perfect, he said, turning his attention. Wait a minute, what? He's driving! Okay, I'm assuming they're still sitting still in the car and he hasn't started driving yet. Otherwise, like, what the fuck? Now it's perfect, he said, turning his attention to driving the car. But that bling, as you call it, is platinum and diamonds. I'm sorry if it doesn't meet your expectation. This reminds me of a scene from Gilmore Girls that I saw today. Minor spoilers. At one point, Lorelai's parents are getting remarried, and her dad holds up two, like, obviously Harry Winston necklaces, and is like, subtly go to your mother's room and hold them up next to her wedding dress and decide which one would look better, and then come back and tell me which one. And she's like, okay, got it, Dad. Goes up to her mom immediately and just holds them both up and goes, which one do you want? And the mom just goes, She's like, that one. She's like, that one today, that one for my birthday. Okay. It's like, yep. Yep. Just ask. If there's one thing women are utterly shameless about, it is telling you what we like in terms of jewelry. Okay? We will answer you, and we don't mind. We would rather that you ask and get us the thing we really want than get us some ugly but very expensive thing we never, ever, ever intend to wear and will collect dust in the jewelry box. That or just keep the receipt and quietly give it to her if she wants to exchange, okay? That's also a valid tactic. Just what you do is you take the jewelry and the foam that holds it, you take the foam out and you put the receipt under the foam in the box. And you make sure that she knows that in case she wants to exchange it for something she actually likes rather than the ugly ass thing that you got her. I know we don't care if the ugly ass thing costs $5,000. It's still ugly and we don't like it. Because that's how women work. My headphones are feeling weirdly lopsided. I don't know why. I like that I liked that sly smirk of his when he thought he was proving his superiority. It turned me on. Also, it made me see red. You need therapy. Where's your ring, Laura? He asked, overtaking another car on the road. You know you'll have to tell them sooner or later. But it's not going to be today. I cried out, exasperated. Okay, also, you've known each other a month, okay? And her family has to know that she was dating Martin for like what she said a couple years. So yeah, if she shows up with a new guy in like a month or less, and also says, "By the way, we're engaged," that's gonna raise a lot of red fucking flags. Though knowing that nobody in her life cared that she was kidnapped supposedly for a month, maybe not, because I think nobody cares about this woman. She certainly doesn't. Besides, what am I going to tell them, huh? Oh, I know. Mom and Dad have met a guy who kidnapped me and told me that he saw me in a vision. Then he kept me locked up, threatening to kill you both until I fell in love with him, and now we're going to get married. Is that what they want to hear? What do you think? Okay, again, why is it characters in these stupid shit never have a conversation? Because, yeah, what you do is the two of you over a non fucking dinner have a conversation saying, like, what is the official story of our relationship going to be? Because we're going to have to tell people this story, a lot, especially not only recently, but for years to come. So let's sit down and hash it out. Where did we meet? How did we meet? Let's go over all the details and get it locked in and start practicing right now. That's what I would do. And also, I've done that. I did that with my friend that I just said died because, yeah, when I had to go to parties and stuff with her, and when her parents were like rich, so she got dragged to like society garbage, and whenever possible, I would go with her as her plus one so that, she had somebody to spend the evening with that she didn't hate and, also kept boys away. So, and what we would do is we made up stories because we had to pretend that I was like a, daughter of a rich somebody too. We made up a name, not that anyone ever questioned. Um, we made up a fake last name, whole fake family, and we would literally just like Google a foreign destination. Like once it was the Sydney Opera House, and we made up an entire story about um my going to the Sydney Opera House and seeing whatever the fuck we Googled had played there last, and we Googled a summary of the play, and guess what? We fooled like 400 people through the night with that story. And we made it up in like a car on the way there while her mom was like rolling her eyes at us, but she wasn't gonna out us either. So, and we really didn't have that many details, but you don't need to, because people fill it in. Massimo looked ahead, keeping his eyes on the road, clenching his jaw. He said nothing. Maybe this maybe this time I come up with a plan. I'll tell you how it's going to be. In a few weeks, I'll tell my mom I fell in love. Later, in a few months, I'll tell my parents we're engaged. It'll be more natural that way, less suspicious. Massimo didn't look at me. His anger was palpable. You'll marry me next weekend, Laura, not in a few months or years. In 7 days. Way to be respectful and let her even have time to get a dress made? Like, or are we gonna find out he's already got the dress that he saw her in a vision? Also, the pipes are being really loud. My jaw dropped. I stared at him with eyes wide and a heart pounding so hard I could hear it. Doesn't that mean she should be dead? I hadn't expected him to be in such a hurry. I had assumed we'd get married at the beginning of the summer, not in a week. Gee, it's almost like you don't talk. My head whirled with thoughts, one question especially nagging. What have I gotten myself into? To be fair, she didn't really get herself into it, but she ain't trying to get out either. Massimo stopped the car by the gate to my parents' house. Okay, confirmation. If you live in a gated community, rich. And we suspected that both she came from money and had a lot of money because she had expensive things and very expensive taste and clearly grew up with a certain amount of wealth to be as selfish and self-centered and pampered princess as she is. Listen up, baby girl. Hey, we get a 4. We get a 4. I get to play with fire. I have to read the other side first, but then we play with fire. I'll tell you how it's going to work, he said, turning to look at me. Next Saturday, you'll become my wife. In secret. And in a few months, we'll marry again so your parents are happy, okay? Oh, we're pulling a seventh heaven. And yes, this happened on seventh heaven, where one of the 7 children got married in secret, but then kept it a secret and slowly broke it to the parents and did get remarried later on to make everyone happy because nobody would have been happy with hearing I eloped with a girl yesterday, literally. Uh, it was towards the like I don't know how long that show ran. I think it ran for like 15 years, which was about 6 years too long. Um, in the early days, it had its wholesome charm. I mean, it's stupid and ridiculous and overblown, and I love to make fun of it. But it tried to do some good early on, then it just got stupid and ridiculous and had no idea what it was doing. And also, the dad has been from the show has been like Me Too canceled, um, and nobody on the show will talk about it. Yeah, let's see how good I can be with the bird skill. Why am I stuffy? He leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. I love you, and marrying you is the penultimate thing I want to do in my life. He parked the Ferrari in the driveway. What's the last one, then? I asked. A son, of course, he replied, opening the door. Oh, of course, it has to be a boy. I sat in place, trying to catch my breath, still not able to believe what was going on. How my life had changed during the last 2 months. It has not been 2 months. Get your shit together, Laura, I told myself, stepping out. I smoothed down my dress and took a deep breath. All right, let's get this over with, I said, my legs slightly wobbly. I hope you remember our official version. Oh, okay, apparently they do have one. This is good. The front door opened and Dad greeted us from the threshold. Massimo chuckled and offered a hand to Dad. Exchanged a few sentences in German. Nothing important, I presume. And Dad turned to address me. So her father speaks German, her mother speaks Russian, but she doesn't speak a word of either. I call bullshit. Ugh. Darling, you look positively beautiful. That blonde hair suits you. I don't know whether it's because of that man or the haircut, but you look positively aglow. I'm guessing it's both of those things. Also, we're in between the vomiting and her being called glowing. She's definitely pregnant. I guess it's both of those things, I replied, kissing him on the cheek and allowing him to embrace me. We went to the terrace and took seats on the soft chairs so surrounding a larger table. Massimo did as I had asked him, keeping at a slight distance. At some point his expression changed. He fixed his eyes on something behind me, and I cast a curious glance behind me. There she was, my mother, wearing an amazing off-white long evening dress. You bitch! You cannot wear anything white or white adjacent to somebody else's wedding. Even if I hated somebody, I wouldn't do that. I was heading our way, gracing Massimo with a charming smile. I got up and kissed her on the cheek. Massimo, please meet my mother, Clara Biel. The man in black stood up dumbfounded, but he quickly gathered his wits, switched to Russian, and greeted my mother, planting a kiss on her outstretched hand. She put on her charm, sending him one of her more breathtaking looks, before turning her attention to me. Okay, the mother, okay, he is like sexually dumbstruck by the mom and she's flirting with him. What is it with these authors and having horribly inappropriate mothers? I'm thinking of the Mister when like his mom was like a model or some shit and he couldn't shut up about how sexy she was and that she had like lovers who were like 20 and she was like a beautiful sex kitten who devastated men and this is her son talking about her. Now we're having more of that. Ew, stop it. I mean, when people used to wolf whistle at my mom, because if I have to say it, yeah, my mom, was a good looking woman. She definitely had a very good looking body because she was thin and like athletic kind of in a way. And as she got to a certain age, didn't mind wearing short skirts so that guys would whistle at her. But I always gave them the filthiest of looks of like, back the fuck off. And in her case, it was, flipping the middle finger to a Catholic upbringing doing that. Not that she ever would have, like, done anything if anybody approached her. She didn't want them to. I knew that. No, and one time it absolutely was revenge because she knew that a guy she had just dumped was gonna see her looking, let's just say way too good for him. And, sure enough, he tried to talk to her and she kept right on going without even acknowledging his existence, which was one of the proudest and happiest moments of my life. He hit her, or he hit her one time, so she threw him out because she always told me, like, "Guy ever hits you once, he's gone permanently. You never speak to him, look at him, think of him ever again." And she put her actions where her mouth was by looking damn fine and walking by where she knew he would see. And he followed us for 3 blocks, begging her to take him back, and she didn't even look at him once. Would you come with me to the kitchen, darling? I need a hand there, she said, still smiling. That smile was nothing but trouble. Is she gonna what's the thing? It's why Mrs. Robinson in 50 Shades is called Mrs. Robinson. I don't know what movie that's actually from, but it's a movie reference. I know that where like the mom tries to seduce the guy that's like engaged to the daughter or something. I know it's a movie reference because I've heard it my whole life. And it's Mrs. Robinson, you're trying to seduce me, aren't you? And I think it's Dustin Hoffman. And I don't know who played Mrs. Robinson in whatever movie that is. I've never seen the movie. But is the mom gonna try to seduce him? Is that gonna happen? Because ew. I need another drink. I need all of the drinks. And we still have 2 ducks without a home, and I can't show my surprise unless the ducks get a home. Okay, Nightwolf, were you going for you had a mom or you had a man? Because either way, you're 1 letter off, so I'm not sure. I'm going with mom. Yes, I had a mother, believe it or not. At least until I was 17. Though, there were years she was absent, basically from birth to about 7, she wasn't there. And then after 10, she had Capgras delusion, and after 12, she really wasn't there. So, there was a person that got called mom occasionally who existed until I was 17. Not really so much of a mom, more like person who gave birth to you and now you're stuck with them, but she turned and retreated inside the house, leaving the men deep in conversation, and I followed her. As soon as I went inside, I saw her again. She was standing with her arms crossed right next to the table. "What's happening, Laura?" she asked. "You changed jobs, apartments, how you look, and now you bring an Italian to my house? Okay, whoa. Are we having, are we having racism moment? Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure Italy, Poland was occupied during World War II, and Italy was and is a fascist country. Um, so maybe there's a bit of that going on, but this book was published in 2020, so I'm sorry. But it was literally 2 generations ago and almost out of living memory. Get the fuck over yourself. Tell me everything immediately. You haven't been entirely honest with me. I will say moms know. Moms know when you are lying. It's just a thing. It comes with the mommy radar. Your natural lie detector was working without pause, it seemed, and it was never wrong. I had known it wouldn't be easy to fool my mother, but I was still astonished she had figured it out as soon as this. "Mom, it's only a new haircut. I needed a change. We've already talked about my trip, and Massimo is a work colleague. I like him, and he teaches me a lot, and I don't know what to tell you. Well, I've only known him for a few weeks." The less I told her, the better. I wouldn't be able to remember all those lies. Uh, Alright, we get to play with fire. Where is it? Okay, let's see how very precise I can be. The movie is The Graduate. Okay, someday I gotta watch that. It's from a song. No, Mom, she died when I was very young. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, now, the baby girl is right next to the part I highlighted, so let's see if I can burn it without burning the part that I highlighted. Do we think that I can? Do I get another drink if I do? Because I really need one. Come on, lighter, don't fail me now. Why does it always make me click it 2 to 3 times before it will freaking burn? Okay, did I do it? Ooh. Okay, I didn't know it was on fire. It was a little bit on fire. I didn't burn the highlighted part that I was paying attention to. I forgot about the one on top. I don't care. I didn't burn what I didn't mean to burn, and I burned something that I forgot about. So, yeah. Okay, it's out. And look, it put a smiley face hole. Meh. That's pretty good. Oh, burned a little bit through the other. Uh, okay, so burned a little bit through a few other pages. Oops. We'll figure it out. Wait, what is that? Is that 4 or 5? It's 5, right? Is it 5? I gotta start keeping a tally. Okay, so that was 1. That was 2, 3. It's 4. It's 4. It's 4. Because one of them was 2. My mother stood straighter, her gaze focused on me and her eyes narrowing. "I don't know why you lied to me, child, but have it your way. Remember, though I see a lot, I know my way around people. I know something expensive car that you arrived I know how expensive that car that you arrived in is, and I don't think that a hotel employee would be able to afford one. You're wrong about that." In my mind, I was screaming and cursing at Massimo for making me leave my BMW for his Ferrari. Okay, I'm sorry, but there's not a lot of difference there. "Besides, I know what diamonds look like," she continued, trailing a finger along my necklace. "And I've seen Chanel's newest catalog. Remember, dear, that I was the one who showed you what fashion is all about." So Mom is basically calling her up for saying, "You're a kept woman now. He's a sugar daddy, so just admit it." Which, by the way, yeah, just admit it. Because if I had that going on, I would be shameless about it. I would not care who knew. Somebody wants to treat me like a kept woman, I am yours to keep. That is fine. We can have a very beneficial arrangement. She finished and sat down, waiting for an explanation. I didn't move and wasn't able to come up with anything smart. Resigned, I lowered myself into the seat next to hers. What was I supposed to tell you? That he's a filthy rich owner of the hotel I told you about? He's from a wealthy family and invests a lot. We're seeing each other, and I'd like to be serious, and I can't exactly dictate the prices of the gifts he gives me. Mother kept her eyes on me, studying my face, with each second her expression growing less hostile. He can speak Russian, that's for sure. He's a very polite young man, well educated, and he has good taste in women and jewelry, she said, getting up. All right, let's get back to him before Tom bores him to death. Oh, so now he's acceptable. All of a sudden, he's acceptable. And we still have no idea what she meant by, you brought an Italian to my house. Like, bitch. My eyes bulged. I couldn't believe the sudden change of attitude. I knew my parents had always wanted me to marry someone rich, but her reaction still completely surprised me. After a long while, I managed to get myself in order and followed in my mom's steps, still a bit dazed. So basically, yeah, as long as she marries money, her parents don't care. That's great. That's really great. This is what you want in parents, like I would know. Ugh. And I say that being born of a father that, while not a member of the Italian mob himself, certainly is related and goes to Italy every 4 years to pay tribute. And I'm not even kidding. It's entirely true. Outside, the men were engrossed in an agitated discussion. I had no idea what they were talking about. I didn't know a word of German, but I knew I had to come to Massimo's rescue and present him with the new version of our story. Unfortunately, though, my dad didn't speak English, and my dad didn't speak English to understand a lot of it. Ow. Come on, Massimo, I'll show you to your room, I said, patting him on the back. Besides, Dad, we need to be going in a while, I added, turning to my father. It's getting kind of late, Dad agreed, pushing himself to his feet. Massimo and I went upstairs and halted at my brother's old room. This is where you'll sleep, but it's not what I wanted to talk to you about, I said in a conspiratorial whisper before bringing him up to date on our lives. So they're spending the night? Why? When I finished, Massimo grinned, sticking his hands into his pockets and looking around the room. I feel like a teenager again, he said with a laugh. Where's your room, baby girl? There we go. I think baby girl has got a lock on being the most burned word in this book because I think it accounts for about 80%. You don't expect me to really sleep here, do you? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I do, and you will. My room is the other end of the hallway. My parents still think our relationship is strictly platonic, so let's keep them in the dark for a while yet. That's not going to happen. Yeah, just show me your room, Laura, he said, trying to remain serious. I took his hand and led him down the corridor to my old room. It was smaller than what I had in Sicily, but it had lots of good memories here, and it didn't need much to keep me happy. A bed, a TV, a little dressing table, and hundreds of photographs hanging on the wall reminded me of my school years. Who's adult She's like 30. I never did the photo board thing. I never did anything like that. Well, I didn't have a bedroom most of the time, so it didn't matter. But since it's already on the back of the page, official number 5, burn baby burn. And I do so love playing with fire. My glass is empty again. How did that happen? Not fair. Mm. Okay, it still smells weird. But I will do my probably final, possibly, plug for the evening because it's halfway through the night. We still have our 2 lonely ducks. These are the last 2 ducks that need to be, catapulted onto our pantheon. They are $10. We have Chicken Jockey Duck and Mr. Spock Duck, which I'm particularly proud of the Mr. Spock Duck, I will say. So these 2 need a home, and if they get one in the next hour and a half, I have a surprise, and that will be good. Because I want to show up the surprise, but I can't do that unless these ducks get moved on to the pantheon with the other ducks so they can stop being lonely, and the other ducks will stop making fun of them for being unwanted. You know how mean ducks can be? Also, last call for handcuffs, because after this, it's not worth, I don't like people getting ripped off, and I said I would wear it for half the time. So this is the last call for handcuffs, because they're still half the time. So last call for handcuffs for 25, ducks are 10. And as always, well, actually not as always, there's only 2 left. There are 2 options left to make me chug half a glass of wine, which I would really, really, really effing appreciate the shit out of. Because, yeah, this book needs to come with a warning that says don't read sober. Or may cause loss of faith in all humanity. Can we just do that? Hey, my nail polish leaves marks on the page. Look, see, one mark, watch. Flick. Another mark. I have magic nail polish. It's not fresh either. This is like 2 weeks old. Did you have a boyfriend when you used to live here? Massimo asked, studying the photos with a smile. Sure, why do you ask? Did you give him blowjobs in this room? There. Could you be any more shallow? Unsure of what to say, I widened my eyes and frowned at the same time. So that would look like... That's not really no. Excuse me? There's no lock on the door, so I'm wondering where you did it and how. Knowing that your parents could come in at any time, I mean. I leaned him against the door and knelt in front of him, I said, placing a hand on Massimo's torso and pushing him towards the door. Of course there's an answer. She could have just said we went to his place. He now stood exactly where my erstwhile boyfriend had stood. Slowly unzipping his pants, I dropped to my knees and pressed his butt to the door. Stop it! Stop it! I'm just going to say this definitively. Blowjobs are not sexy. They're not sexy. And I don't really consider them... I mean, they are sex. Don't get me wrong. I'm not fucking, like, Tipper Gore or some shit. They're sex. And you can definitely catch everything sex-related from them. Absolutely. But I really don't consider them sex because it's one-sided, it's degrading, it's humiliating, it's gross, and, like, no, and the reasons are usually all of the wrong ones, and just no. Don't move, Massimo, and stay quiet. This house has thin walls, I ordered, putting his penis in my mouth. I blew him quickly and violently. I so wish she was... I wish she was violent with his penis. Wanting him to come fast. Okay, that... Where are we? The wrong spelling is outpacing the right like 1,000,000,000 to 1. After a few minutes, I felt his seed spilling into my throat. Okay, I wrote hot seed as a burnable. Can we change it to just seed? Because it seems to be used a lot and it makes me gag. I swallowed it all like a good girl, and got up, wiping my mouth with my hand. I'm burning this entire page. Massimo could barely stand. He screwed his eyes shut and leaned limply against the door. I like it when you act like a whore, he breathed, zipping his pants up. Yeah, we're ripping this page out and burning it in front of me as soon as I read the other side, because I'm halfway to fucking dissociating off of that sentence. And I am not kidding. I am fighting with my internal alters and DID right now because they very much want to shove me aside and I'm not allowing it, and we're having an internal conflict at the moment because reasons. Because all of that is gonna burn. I will get there. Shut up! Fucking A! Oh, really? I asked with an ironic smile. We got ourselves in order and returned downstairs, heading out to the church for the ceremony. This is all happening pre the wedding? What the? Why is there a reception before the wedding? Nobody does this! Lublin? And no, I'm not mispronouncing Dublin. It says Lublin, Lublin, was a lot smaller than Warsaw. There weren't a lot of cars as expensive as ours. As we drove by the church, all eyes drifted our way, taking in the sight of the black Ferrari. Because I told you, if you drive a Ferrari in these places in Europe, you're a fucking douchebag. Cool, muttered, happy with the reaction we got. You are an evil person. Massimo gracefully stepped out of the car and smoothed down his jacket and went to my door, opening it for me. Leaning on his arm, I got out of the car and put on my sunglasses. The crowd grew quiet as Massimo and I walked hand in hand towards the church. It's only your family, I told myself repeatedly, like a mantra, grinning at everyone we passed. My brother's voice got me out of the ditch. She has a brother? What? Hey, sis, I see your fancy stories have something to do with the truth after all, he said, walking over to me and giving me a quick hug. You look awesome. I like your style. Ew. I embraced him tightly. We only saw each other rarely, living so far away from one another. He was my friend, my beloved brother, and an unparalleled ideal. He was also the smartest guy I knew, a true mathematical prodigy, and a real stud. Tell me if you've ever sexualized any member of your family. I'll wait. When we still used to live at our parents' house, he scored with all my friends. This would make you hate your brother if he's hooking up with all your friends. He was the complete man. Smart, handsome, stylish, and ruthless. So in other words, she's getting married to a carbon copy of her brother. We were polar opposites when it came to character and appearance. I was a petite brunette with nearly black eyes. He was a tall blonde guy with emerald eyes. Way to tell me they don't have the same parentage. So one of them has a different father at the very least. When he was little, he had looked like a little angel with those platinum blonde curls. Kuba, my beautiful brother, how good to see you. His name is Kuba. That's the best we could do for a guy who's supposed to be that hot? Really? I completely forgot you'd be here. Really? Let me introduce you to, I switched to English, my Massimo Torricelli. We work together. The men exchanged looks, shaking hands, but it looked more like sizing each other up before a fight than an ordinary greeting. Ferrari Italia, 4.5-liter engine, 578 horsepower. A true beast, Kuba said, nodding his head in approval. Oh, you know, the keys were on the top of the pile, Massimo said nonchalantly, putting on his sunglasses. Okay, way to act like a douchebag in front of her brother. Not cool. He was disarming, but my brother didn't seem to think so. He watched the Italian carefully, trying to look right through him, it seemed. And now we are ripping out this page, and I'm not kidding. Never done this before, but this page in entirety gets to die because it offended me. It doesn't want to come out of the book. Ha! mine. Because even when I'm being reckless, we practice safety here. Okay. Mostly empty margarine container. Empty enough that I was going to throw it away. So that is what I will drop this into after I light it on fire. And there's water. I'm putting water in the container. See? Water in the container. Or she knows nothing of genetics, but yeah, you and me know these two children do not have the same parentage. So, this page, for offending me in a very special way, gets to entirely burn. And yeah, there's water in the thing that there's water in this container that I'm going to drop it into. So, safety first, or at least that's what we say. 1, 2, 3. Okay, burn like more of the page. Come on. There we go. There we go. Nothing is falling on my desk. Everything is fine. And it's out. Now remember to actually throw that away. I feel slightly better now. The service was long and the service was boring as hell and too long. The whole time my entire family was focused on the handsome Italian at my side. The only thing I prayed for during the ceremony was for it to end. When the party started, the guests would stop ogling my man. So nobody knows how to behave at a wedding. Got it. As the couple recited their vows, I recalled what Massimo had told me during the trip here. We were going to be in the same situation as the young couple in another week. It's just, was I really ready for all this? Like you have any fucking choice! Would I want to marry a man I barely knew, who terrified me and made me angry on a daily basis? And besides, I would want to be with someone who wouldn't let would I want to be with someone who wouldn't let me have my own opinions? Someone so controlling, someone who always had to be right, who always had to have his way, and who didn't allow me to do most of the things I loved, thinking that he was protecting me. You could totally describe Gray that way, exactly. See, again, this book is like he is honest Christian Grey. That's what his character is. If Gray was just straight out honest about who he was, what he wanted, what he expected, he would be this guy. This guy is just honest Gray. That's what this is. You know, it's honest Gray and E.L. James getting over her Mormonism or religiousicism and, you know, having more explicit sex. I didn't say good, I said explicit. Those are two different things. The sad truth was that I was so in love with him that rational thinking stopped being something I was capable of. I couldn't imagine losing Massimo again. I would not leave him. Oh my god, you have no self esteem. Are you feeling well? He asked in a whisper as the ceremony finally ended. You're very pale. It was true. I hadn't felt too well for the last couple of days. I was tired and had no appetite, but that was to be expected. With all that stress, I should be thanking God I was still alive. I'm a bit faint, but it has to be the nerves. It'll be over soon. We left the church, and it was supposed to be downhill from there. Everyone went to congratulate the young couple and celebrate my cousin Maria's big day. The party was to be held in a picturesque, rustic manor about 15 miles outside the city. It consisted of several buildings, a hotel, schools, and a great hall where the party proper would take place. We were the last to arrive, as I had asked Massimo not to draw too much attention. Surprisingly, he listened. Practically unseen, we flitted through the huge room and reached our table. I sighed with relief, seeing Kuba was sitting next to us. My brother would usually come to parties alone, trying to pick someone up. He loved it when women gave him their undivided attention, allowed him to woo them, and finally landed in his bed. He was a collector! So your brother's a man whore. In my case, the subject of sex had always been a bit more complicated, and sometimes men hurt me. My brother didn't have that problem. The only way women hurt him was when 1 in 100 rejected him, ruining his score. Who talks about their brother this way? When we sat at the table, it turned out one place was free. I scanned the familiar faces of people around us, trying to guess who was missing. I couldn't. The appetizers arrived a moment later, and I devoured mine. I hadn't been able to eat since yesterday, so when I finally felt the hung when I finally felt the hunger, my appetite swiftly overpowered any good sense I might have had. Bon appetit, I heard someone saying, and raised my eyes. It was a miracle I didn't spit out the food I was chewing. The last seat at the table was now occupied. By my ex, whom I used to practice dancing with. Fuck me, I thought. Can it get any worse than this? Is this Martin or is this a different ex? My brother watched me from over his plate, smirking ironically, unable to hide his amusement. Fortunately, Massimo didn't notice, or at least I thought so. Luckily, he couldn't understand a word. Uh, uh, I'm not sure how to say this person's name. Piotr? I'm calling him Peter. Peter took his seat and started nibbling at his food, keeping his eyes on me. And my appetite was gone, just like that. Disgusted, I pushed away the half-eaten pumpkin soup, grabbing Massimo's thigh under the table. He softly caressed my hand, shooting a glance my way, reading me like an open book. I knew there would come a time when I would have to introduce him to my ex, sooner rather than later. Peter had been part of my past life and that I really wanted to forget. We had met when I was 16, and it all started with the dancing and ended up as a relationship, as it often does. At first, he was my instructor, then my partner, in the end, my tormentor. Okay, so he's a bad ex, so why is he sitting at the same table as her? He had been 25, and all the girls had loved him. Charming, handsome, fit, confident, and a dancer to boot. Okay, she just said he was 25, she was 16. Hello, police. Also, are we doing the Svengali thing? Is he her Svengali? Literally? Or what was the coach of Nadia Comaneci? The coach who went to jail for the relationship with her. I don't remember his name. But is he that guy? Is that what we're going for here? Regrettably, he also had his demons. The greatest of those was cocaine. At first, I hadn't seen it as harmful, at least until his addiction started to take its toll on me, too. When he was doped, he never thought about me. The only thing that counted was himself. At the time, I was 17 and I worshipped him with all my heart. I had no idea what a real relationship should look like, or how a woman should be treated. You still fucking don't. Of course, it would have lasted 5 full years in a totally pathological relationship. When Peter was sober, he would do anything for me and always apologized profusely for acting like he had when under the influence of the drug. He was the reason I had escaped moving to Warsaw, but I knew I wouldn't have been able to free myself from him otherwise. His voice shook me out of my reverie. What the actual fuck? Red, if I remember correctly, asked Peter, leaning over the table with a bottle of wine. His green eyes stared at me hypnotically, his full lips stretching into a subtle smile. He hadn't lost his magnetism, that was certain. A prominent jaw and a clean-shaven head really didn't match with the image of a typical dancer, but they made him all the more intriguing. He had grown more muscular, heavier through the years. I sipped from my glass and narrowed my eyes. What the hell are you doing here? I hissed through clenched teeth, sporting a fake smile so the other guests, especially the one I cared for the most, didn't notice anything suspicious. Maria invited me. Well, her husband did, to be precise. I've been helping them with their first dance, and we grew to be pals. Besides, I met them before. At your parents' anniversary party years ago, remember? I was fuming, wondering how my cousin could do that to me, when Massimo's hand slid up my back. Can you speak in English? He asked, and I saw he was growing agitated. I can't stand not understanding anything. You know, they have this thing called your cell phone that you can pull up fucking Google Translate on and just hold it there and it will talk for you and translate what they're saying. You know, you can do that. You can connect it to a Bluetooth earpiece so they can't hear you understanding what they're saying. Let's say I would have made a good guy. Water up the nose feeling. Icky. Uh. Uh. I grimaced slightly and closed my eyes, wanting to die. I'm not feeling too good, I said instead, pushing myself to my feet and walking away, Massimo hot on my heels. We crossed the hall and went out into the garden, heading towards the stables. Do you ride? I asked, trying to take his mind off me. Who was that man, Laura? You grew tense as soon as he showed up. Massimo stopped and fixed me with his stare, keeping his hands in his pockets. My former dance partner. You didn't answer me. Do you ride? I repeated, not slowing down. Only a dance partner. Jesus, Massimo, why do you care? He wasn't just my dance partner, but I don't want to talk about it. Don't ask about all your exes. So you were together. How long? She does have a point, unless you're willing to mutually, dish on exes, and also, why do you care? Several years. I would like to remind you I wasn't exactly a virgin when you met me. No matter how much you try to change that, those are the facts. You don't have a time machine to change it, so just stop thinking about it and don't make me think about it either. I swear to God, if he makes her a virgin again and that's like how their wedding night is, I swear to God. And no, I'm not kidding. That's an actual thing. For anyone who's looking at me like I have two heads or I'm drunk, I'm not. It's a real thing. Furious, I returned to the building. The first dance was over and the guests were crowding the dance floor. As I passed the door, my cousin grabbed the microphone. Our first dance wouldn't be possible without our amazing instructor who is with us today. Peter, please come here. Show yourself, she said. It's also a happy coincidence that his dance partner of many years and my own cousin Laura is here with us too. Oh God, they're gonna make her dance with him. Massimo's gonna go insane. He's gonna violently rape/beat her and then have the dance partner killed. I swear I was going to faint hearing that. What was she thinking? It would be our pleasure to watch you two dance. See, what did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Because it's the laziest, most useless, stupid, annoying thing. The room exploded with cheers, and Peter grabbed me by the hand, pulling me to the dance floor. I'm going to throw up, I thought, plodding behind him. We share this thought. Enrique Iglesias Balamos, please, Peter called out to the DJ. Salsa, honey buns. I'm burning the word honey buns just on protest. He whispered into my ear and lifted his brows, tossing his jacket to a random chair with a satisfied smirk. I took my position by his side, thanking God he hadn't chosen tango. When we used to be together, our tangos always ended up in bed. Like, this is any better! Like, girl, politely decline. The first sounds of the guitar flew from the speakers, and I turned my head to the entrance, noticing Massimo, standing with his back to the door, eyes blazing with fury. I also saw my brother leaning to his ear, saying something. I had no idea if he was trying to explain why Peter and I were now occupying the center of the dance floor, or whether they were just talking, but it didn't change a thing. Massimo's glare was wild with rage. I pulled away from Peter and ran to the man in black, kissing him passionately, wanting him to know that I was only his. Then, with a wide smile on my face, spurred on by applause, back to my dance partner. Why is everybody retardedly stupid in these books? Why is everybody really, 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 really dumb? Why am I not holding a kitten? There needs to be a kitten. Tiny furry kitten cuddled right here. Okay, little furry baby. I can just have on my chest and can be a little baby and curl up and purr and sleep on my chest while I do this, and I can pet it as stress relief kitten. You know, shouldn't we have a stress relief kitten? I vote we get a stress relief kitten. Because then I can get a kitten, and I really want a kitten. And I epically shouldn't get a kitten, and I know that, and I can't afford it, and I know that, but I really, really want tiny ball of fur, like right here, just something tiny, you know, that fits in my palm, and they never get any bigger because they're tiny and furry, and they just snuggle, and they purr, and they're so cute, and they fit right here, and you can just pet them, you have stress relief kitty. Like, come on. It's not a good idea. The DJ started over and I assumed my position again. Those were the longest 3 minutes of my life and the most exhausting dance I'd ever experienced. When we finally bowed, the cheers and applause were deafening. Maria ran up to me, hugged both Peter and me, while my mother graciously accepted congratulations from dozens of guests. I slowly withdrew towards Massimo. Why is anyone congratulating the mom? Fuck off. His expression was impassive and utterly emotionless. He's going to do something violent and sexual in the next 3 pages, I predict. I couldn't say no, honey. It's my family. I stammered, trying to placate him. And it was only a dance. Yeah, if you're in a position where you have to placate the person you're with so they don't do something violent or commit murder, get out! Massimo stood immobile, saying nothing before turning around and leaving. I wanted to go after him, but I heard my mother's voice behind me. Let him go and sulk like the petulant little fucking childish brat he is. Screw him. Get your drink on and dance with everyone in the fucking room. Lara, dear, I see your training hasn't been in vain. You were absolutely brilliant back there. I spun on my heel and fell into my mom's arms, kissing me and stroking my hair. I'm so proud of you, she said, close to tears. Oh, mommy, it's all thanks to you. What the fuck am I reading? We stood in each other's arms till I remembered Massimo's reaction. Has something happened, darling? Mom asked, seeing the change of expression. Massimo is a bit jealous, I whispered. He wasn't too happy seeing me dance with my ex. Relax, Laura. You can't allow him to act like he owns you. Okay. Now I'm liking the mom. He has to understand you're not his property. Okay, now there's a lesson more mothers need to be given to their daughters. Seriously. And a lot of mothers think they teach their daughters that, but unless you literally say it, like, don't expect your kids to know things unless you explicitly said it. Seriously. And with girls, it cannot go unsaid. You have to say it. Like, don't ever let a man treat you like X, ever. And say it young and say it repeatedly. Because some of the time they're, dating, it'll be in there. But don't ever assume they just know, because you'd be amazed what they'll put up with if you don't make it explicitly clear when they are young, even if they won't listen to you. Just keep saying it, because it'll get through. Don't ever let a guy treat you like property being high on that list. Oh, how wrong she was. I was his property. I was his and only his. It wasn't about his permission, though. It most certainly fucking is, you lying slut. But the fact that I cared so much about what he felt and thought, no! 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 Fuck you! Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! That is a pathetic author trying to justify her abusive bullshit by saying, oh, she's into it and she likes it, so it's okay that he's an abusive, raping bastard. Okay, bitch, you know what you needed to fucking do, Blanka Lipinska, you fucking idiot. You know what you needed to do if you wanted that to be part of the story? You put on the opening page, this is a CNC, which stands for consensual, non-consensual relationship story. You do that, I shut my fucking mouth. The two of them have a conversation that says they want a relationship where basically she's given him a blank check to do whatever sexually that he can invoke at any time, even if it involves violence and it looks like rape. She's already consented that he can do anything, so it's like already consented to. So, and you still have a safety word. Always still have a safe word. Always, 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 always still have a safe word. Always. But say that, have that, and then even if he's a rapist, she's agreed that, rough kind of play can be part of the thing. That's fine. I will shut my fucking mouth. But that's not what this is. I take offense as somebody who does write CNC content, and that is what my novel features, and that's why my character is not as evil, though my leading man and my character who does have a sexual relationship with somebody in kind of a weird circumstance, but my character is still not a rapist. Ever. She says no, he listens. And backs off repeatedly. Even in a consensual, non-consensual relationship, he still doesn't say yes when she says no because I wouldn't do that. Ugh. My brain hurts a lot. We got an hour left of this. I will make it. Okay, even with my makeup, I look pale as shit right now, which is great. Last shameless plug. We still have 2 ducks that need a home. They're the only 2 ducks left and they're lonely. I heard them talking. They want to know why the other ducks are more special than them. And nobody loves them. And again, if we get the last 2 ducks sponsored, I have a surprise. And it's a good one. A really good one. I didn't think it would get here in time, but it did. No, it's not the wine glass. It's something else. The wine glass is somewhere. I'm not even sure what country it's in at this point, but it's now supposed to be here in about 7 days. But I genuinely do have a surprise. But only if the last 2 ducks get a home. Otherwise, nope, no surprise. I went outside and searched the entire estate, but Massimo was nowhere to be found. His Ferrari was still parked in the same place we had left it, though an open window in one of the buildings I heard a conversation in English. I recognized my brother's voice and went that way. Good evening, I said to the receptionist. I'm looking for my fiancé, a tall, handsome Italian. You kind of would need to say more than that literally anywhere on the planet. The girl smiled and glanced at her monitor. Apartment 11, third floor, she said, pointing me up the stairs. I reached the right door and knocked, and my brother opened it a while later, sporting a wily grin. Are her brother and Massimo fucking? Because that would make this so much better. Hey, sis, what are you doing here? Petey's bored with the dancing already, I asked him sardonically. And apparently I did translate Peter correctly because it really does say Petey. And I did think that I recalled that being, because the Italian spelling is the same for Peter. It's Piotr. Don't ask me why, but I know that being partially Italian, and that's why I translated it as Peter. I just wasn't sure I was right because Pietrov is also a thing, but that's Russian, generally has a but not always. So I was guessing. But apparently I was right. I ignored him and entered the apartment, crossing the short corridor to the living room. There was Massimo sitting on a leather sofa, turning a credit card in his fingers. They're doing coke. They're totally doing coke. Because why else does he have a credit card? They are doing coke. I bet you anything. And she's going to have a problem with it because previous boyfriend had a problem with it. What? Having fun, baby girl. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Were we at 5 or 6? Why can I not remember anything? One, two, three, four. I thought we were at 6. Are we really only at 5? No, we can't only be at 5. No. That was 1. That was 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5, 6. Okay, so this is 7. Yeah, but they're definitely doing coke. We're at 6. Did I miscount? Okay, hold on. I want to get this right. Okay, so starting. You didn't have anything burned for a really long time. Okay, that was 1. Then we had 2 on one page, so that's 3, 4, or 2. 1, 2, 3. I can count. Fuck me. 3. Okay, then that was 4. Next page there was 5. Yep, cerebellum. I believe cerebellum is correct. This is 6. Puppy went right back into his puppy cave of warmness. Did I scratch my forehead? I did. Jesus. Yeah, he got his cuddles and went back because he's in the puppy crate where he's got pillow, front and back. Then he's got his disgusting puppy blanket of, crocheted warmness that's what's on the bottom. And he piles it up and then curls up in the middle. And then he's got the puppy bed, which is soft fabric and foam that goes on top of him. And he makes his little igloo of warm stuff. And then when he's in it, it heats up about 15 degrees hotter than anything around him. So it's a nice little oven of warmness. And that's where he is because fuck the world, it's cold. And he refuses to acknowledge the world when it's cold. And it's cold right now. So he's like, nah, getting back in the oven of warmness that I have created. And it's all mine. And that's where I need to be a puppy. Oh God, no! Stop it! Stop it with the meme! I don't even know. I've heard about that. It actually means or where it's from, and I don't care. And I did not do that on purpose. It's not a thing. 6 is the final answer. This is going to be 7. But they're definitely doing coke. I have to read the back side of the page first. Oh, Cerebellum's right. We burned an entire page. I forgot. So technically, yeah, that makes it 7. Oh, you're right. I am so sorry I doubted you. You have my fullest of apologies. I forgot that we burned an entire page. That definitely counts. So yeah, 7 is right. I am sorry that I forgot about that and I doubted you. This one's to you. You have to read the other side first. He asked, leaning over the coffee table. There was a little pile of white powder in the middle of the glass counter. Duh. And Massimo was arranging it into short lines. I froze, staring at the scene, when my brother appeared holding a bottle of Chivas in his hand, some kind of alcohol. Excuse me. I like your man, he said, nudging me on the arm and sitting next to Massimo. Knows how to party. Don Massimo put a finger to one of his nostrils, bent over the table, and snorted one of the lines of cocaine. You've got 2 kids that age. Okay, Cerebellum, since your kids are in the know, can you just explain to me why? Start with why. Why is it a thing? Why is it funny? What, if anything, does it mean? Have you worked this out? Having observed both your children, have you been able to science out the reason why 6-7 is a thing or is funny or what the fuck it means? I mean, I don't care, but I am kind of curious. Mostly I care that we have 2 unhoused ducks, and they're very sad, and I can hear them talking to me about being unwanted and unloved and nobody wants them, and they're the last 2 out of all of the ducks, and there's been a lot of ducks. They want to know why all their friends are over there, and they're over there, and nobody wants them, and they don't get to play with the cool kids or sit at the cool kids table at lunch. Can we talk, Massimo? I asked. If you want to ask me whether you can join us, the answer is no. My brother burst out laughing. My sister and cocaine. That would have been a deadly combination. Yeah, cocaine and heart condition. Not really. Yeah. I had never tried any drugs. Not by choice, but rather out of fear. I knew what they did to people and how unpredictable they made them. The view of those 2 doing lines brought back the worst memories and a feeling of fear I never wanted to experience again. Cuba, would you mind leaving us for a while? I asked. Seeing my expression, he got to his feet and put on his jacket. I was about to leave anyway. That blonde at table 3 has the hots for me. Before he left, he called out to Massimo, I'll be back. I stood and watched the man in black snort another line, washing it down with a sip of the amber liquid. I walked over. Is that how you're planning to spend the evening? I asked, reclining in an armchair. Your brother's a great guy, he replied, ignoring the question. Very smart. Knows his way around finance. I could use a creative accountant in the family. The thought of Cuba joining the mafia made me feel nauseous. What are you blabbering about, Massimo? He'll never join the mob. The man in black barked out a laugh and took another sip. It's not your decision to make. If he wanted, I could make him very rich. Very happy man. My brother's main flaw besides his love of women was his love of money. Will I ever be able to have a say in anything? Will you ever take my opinion into consideration before making a decision? Because if not, I don't want that life, I yelled, jumping to my feet. You have been told this entire time! That is the... God, she's a stupid skank. I hate her more than him. I honestly hate her more than him. Because he's honest about what he is. She's just a stupid skank who wants to pretend that she's better than or holier than thou, which just makes me want to like slash her face. The hell? Yeah, that's Shivas. That's how it's spelled, yeah. Because kids are stupid, it means absolutely nothing significant except to drive the adults bonkers. Two boys and one girl, and she's the hardest. Okay, yeah. Men always say the girl's the hardest because you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, I don't know what kind of alcohol Shivas is. Not to be confused with Shiva, which is the Jewish like mourning time where they cover the mirrors and you like mourn for people for I don't know, it's a thing. I'm not Jewish, okay? I have enough of that. Of not having any influence over what's happening. Of not being able to decide about my own life. And yet fuming, I left the room, slamming the door behind me. I took the stairs down and sat in the gazebo in the garden. Fuck this, I hissed to myself. Trouble in paradise? Peter asked, sitting next to me with a bottle of wine. Has your friend gotten under your skin? He took a swig straight from the bottle. I stared at him for a second and was just about to get up when I decided I didn't really want to run from him. I reached out, took the wine from him, and poured a generous portion down my throat. Chill out, Laura. You don't want to get wasted this early. It is true that Italian weddings can last 3 weeks. I know they're in Poland, but, pretty much all European weddings, let's just say 3 weeks is like average. I've been to a few that have lasted several days. Not saying they're not fun. I'm just saying they're come with a plan. I don't know what I want anymore. And seeing you here, why did you come? So you're gonna what? You're gonna have fifis for the guy you ditched because he did coke? Because the guy you're currently with is doing coke? I knew you'd be here. How long has it been? 6 years? Oh, that clock's an age for her because if she was 16, he was 25, and then they were together for 5 years till she was 21, and now it's been 6 years, so she's 27. But wasn't it like her 30 something birthday at the beginning of the book? So isn't that a fuck up in how old she's supposed to be? Yes, that is what it says. I'm not delusional. What? Yeah, it's right there. It's split in half, but yeah. Come on, camera. Chivas. So I have no idea what that is. Oh yeah, hormones will do it. Oh, how do I play a clip? Oh, how do I play a clip? Oh, YouTube will fuck. Doesn't seem like something a rich guy drink can get around drinking. What is it? Like I don't even know what it is. Is it scotch? Is it whiskey? Is it wine? Is it something else that I've never heard of? Now I'm having one of my obsessional moments where nothing is going to get in my way, including me. Of course I do tech. The Scotch Reddit says beginners and easily accessible. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, let's hope YouTube doesn't screw me for playing this, but if they do, fuck them. If you know what show this is from, respectable.
No. I need that.
We're far enough in that hopefully they don't notice. If they do, I'll argue with them. How long has it been? 6 years? 8. You haven't called me or responded to my emails. You never pick up your phone. You didn't even allow me to explain or apologize. So he did something terrible. I turned, facing him, angry again, and snatched the bottle from his hand. What's there to explain? You tried to kill yourself in front of me! He dropped his head. Yeah, I was an idiot. But then I went to therapy and I've been clean ever since. Said the guy who was just found in a room with a guy snorting coke and drinking? No, you're not. I tried getting my life together, but after a while I realized you were the only woman I wanted to be with. I stopped myself. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I wanted you to be alone. Maybe I raised a hand to shut him up. Peter, you're the past. The city is my future. I'm living a different life now and I don't want you in it. He leaned back, flopping over the backrest. I know, but that doesn't change the fact that it's really nice to see you. You're even more beautiful now. We sat there talking about everything that had happened during all those years. About my life in Warsaw and his dance studio. One bottle of wine, then another, and then a third. And given that we know that she's knocked up at this point, 3 bottles of wine, girl, and with an ex that you claim you don't want, while your fiance's doing coke and getting drunk. End of chapter. You still got a little over a half hour left. We're not going to get entirely through this chapter, but we'll put an end in it. Yeah, it's over 20 pages. We're not getting through it, but we'll put an end. But we do have to play with fire. We'll see. If it makes me edit, I'll edit. But the show that's like 20 years old, I'm pretty sure nobody has the rights right now. And it ended because they accidentally killed somebody on set. No joke, they did. Stunt gone wrong. Dead. Your new phone does not let you respond as fast as you want. Well, we will hold a space for you then. You can take your time, as long as you tell me what you're talking about, because I've moved on to 27 different things. So as long as you tell me what you're talking about, I will know and we will still respond, and it's all good. My phone's like 10 years old. And, it ain't that fast either. And it doesn't spell check. Be careful with fire. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is good advice. Be careful with fire and don't ever do what you see me doing. I am a not trained semi-professional. Oh, you know what we haven't done this whole night? Shame on me. And I mean this, shame on me. We have not taken a stretch break the entire night. That's wrong. You should always stretch. Stretchy, stretchy, stretchy. I know, you told me you got a new phone for Christmas. I'm sure it kicks butt. I'm sure it is the top of the line of whatever kind of phone it is, whether it's an iPhone or an Android. I'm sure it's thoroughly awesome. I know. Okay, so is she gonna wake up in bed with the ex? And also, do we think Massimo would have let that happen? Was he too busy snorting coke all night to not even go looking for her in the time it took for her to talk to the ex and go through 3 bottles of wine? Like, seriously. Do we think that he would let that happen for a second? I was woken up by bright sunlight shining over my face and a grotesquely strong headache. And oh God, I moaned, crawling out of bed. I took a look around and realized I wasn't in my parents' house. I walked across the apartment and found myself in the living room, suddenly remembering the events of last night. Massimo leaning over the white powder and talking to Peter, and nothing after that. I grabbed my phone and dialed Massimo. He didn't pick up. At least he's consistent, I thought, though deep down I really didn't want to talk to him hungover. I went to the bathroom and took a long shower before walking to the window. There was a black SUV parked downstairs, and Paolo was standing next to it smoking a cigarette. I glanced at the spot where the Ferrari had been parked last night. It was gone. I put on some clothes and went downstairs. "Where is Don Massimo?" I asked Paolo. He didn't reply, only gestured to the back of the seat. I stepped in and he closed the door. We drove to my parents' house, stopping at the gate leading up the driveway. Paolo got out and opened the door for me. "I'll wait here," he said, getting back in. With my shoes in my hand, I crossed the driveway and rang the doorbell. My mother opened the door. "Nothing like a French leave," she said with a grimace. "Come, breakfast is ready." "I'll be there in a minute," I replied, walking to my room to change. As I sat at the table, Mom passed me a plate with eggs and bacon. Bon appetit. The smell of food made me retch, and I sprinted to the bathroom and threw up. "Are you all right, Laura?" Mom asked, knocking on the door. I left, wiping my mouth. "A little too much wine. Do you know where Massimo is?" Mom sent me a quizzical look. "I thought he was with you. How did you get here?" There was no sense in lying, so I told the truth. A driver brought me. I told you Massimo has some businesses around here too. One of his employees waited for me. Jesus, my head is killing me. I mumbled, collapsing onto a chair by the table. "Well, then I gather the party moved outside after your dance." I didn't move, trying to remember what had happened. Nothing came to my mind. I gathered my things and prepared to leave after breakfast. "When will you visit us again?" Mom asked. "Next week. We're going to be in Sicily, so it won't be any time soon. But I'll call you." "Take care of yourself, darling," she replied, hugging me. I slept through the whole drive to Warsaw, waking up only twice, trying to call Massimo. "We're here, ma'am." Paolo's voice woke me up. I opened my eyes and discovered we were at the VIP terminal at the something airport. "Where's Massimo?" I asked. "In Sicily. Your plane is waiting," he said, offering me a hand. So boyfriend, fiance did coke and then just fucked off back to Sicily without her because he was, what, pissed off that she said you're not going to dictate every aspect of my life. I'm not going to like put up with your doing coke and all this bullshit. Yeah. Okay. 3-minute break so I can use the ladies' room, but my last and final desperate plea for our 2 homeless ducks. Somebody give them a home, please. They're our last 2, and then I have a surprise that I really wanted to show up tonight, and I can't unless the last 2 ducks get a home. So I'll be back in like 3 minutes, I promise. Back to Android, goodbye to Apple. That's a good choice. Android is definitely superior. She's definitely pregnant. The smell of bacon. Yeah, I'm sure that does it. Oh, pregnancy cravings and things you can't tolerate are weird. It's not a question of not liking bacon. It's a question of your body suddenly going, rejected. It's so weird without the cat in the background. Aww. Yes, I miss the kitty. I miss all things kitty all the time. So I need a new kitty, but I can't get a new kitty. Mm. The sound of the word plane made me rummage through my handbag on instinct, searching for my pills. I popped 2 and went to the check-in counter. 30 minutes later, I was sitting in the private jet, dazed and waiting for takeoff. Flying with a hangover wasn't too pleasant, but the pills at least made me sleepy, confirming whatever the fuck she takes for her heart condition is also like a sedative effect. After another 4 hours, we arrived in Sicily, where a car was already waiting for me. Dominic greeted me at the driveway of the mansion. "Hi, Laura, good to see you," he said, embracing me in a bear hug. "Dominic, I've missed you so much. Where is Don Massimo?" "He's in the library having a meeting. He asked that you freshen up first. You'll meet at dinner." "I didn't think we'd leave so fast. Are my things here?" "They'll be brought in tomorrow, but I've made sure to resupply your wardrobe. You should have everything you need." Walking down the corridor, I briefly stopped at the door of the library. I could hear voices from within, but I didn't go in, despite really wanting to. I took a shower and got ready for dinner, not really sure what had happened last night. I decided to dress up just in case. I chose my favorite set of red lace underwear, and then reached into the closet and picked a flowy black ankle-length dress. I slid my feet into a pair of wedge platform sandals and headed towards the terrace. Massimo was sitting at the table laden with food and illuminated with candles. He was talking on the phone. I walked over to him, planted a kiss on his neck, and sat in the lounge chair next to him. Without interrupting his conversation, he turned to look at me with that dark, icy stare. It couldn't mean anything good. So are we saying, did she get drunk and sleep with the ex or not? Like, what is going on? Finally, putting the phone down, Massimo took a sip of wine and asked, "How much do you remember from last night, Lara?" "I think I remember the highlights, such as you snorting tons of coke," I asked sarcastically. "What about later?" I thought about that, feeling the fear kick in again. I had no idea what happened after the second bottle of wine with Peter. "I went out to have a chat and some wine," I replied, shrugging. "So you don't remember anything?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "I remember having too much to drink." "Shit, Massimo, what's this all about? Going to tell me what happened or no?" "So I blacked out. Is that so bad? I was angry with you and what you did. I went to the garden and met Peter there. He wanted to talk and we had some wine, that's all. Besides, of course, you leaving me again without a word. To be honest, I'm fed up with your constant disappearances. That would have taken me like 6 weeks less." The man in black pushed deeper into his chair. His chest was heaving faster. "Sadell, you made it! I'm so glad to see you!" Yes, they really, really, really do. Also, every single character drinks a ton. Not that I can say, but I've only chugged 1 glass tonight so far. So, I'm much, much more sober than I should be. But I'm glad that you're here. I hope you're warm with your dragons and still at home, not still in a Walmart parking lot. Home and warm and cuddled and well fed. Ugh. And also, tell your dragons to give some words of encouragement to the last 2 ducks because they're feeling very unwanted. But if they get moved over to our pantheon, I have a surprise. And we're almost on page count, which is like unheard of. I think we may actually finish this in not that long. Like we're gonna wind up finishing it and then starting on the second one in the same night because the page count just does not work out evenly. But we will get through this book. We've got like one more week and then like the first hour and then we'll be in the second book because that's how it work out. But then remember after we finish this book, the Sunday after we finish this book on my Discord, we are going to watch the first movie that goes with this book that I have never seen. So we're watching blind. It is probably X-rated. I've been told that there is like full frontal of both sexes, so be warned. That's why we're watching it on Discord and not YouTube. But yes, the Sunday after we finish this, there will be the movie screening. I was really hoping our ducks would get a home tonight. I'm trying not to cry over the ducks. Because I really wanted to show off my surprise, and now it looks like I'm not gonna. And also, it's just sad having two lonely ducks by themselves when all their friends are on the stage that they don't get to. You know? It's like bad school memories. I think the time I was in a kindergarten, my mom spent a fortune on this black and gold outfit, like tutu thing, for me to wear when I was like maybe 5. I don't even remember what the hell the play was. I remember the big deal about this costume, and then right when it was starting, we were backstage putting it on. The tutu literally fell apart. I was devastated and crying, and I didn't want to go on stage, and somebody literally shoved me, and I stood there crying the whole time. Why do parents do this to their kids? Like, why? If your kid's having a meltdown right before the play because their costume fell apart, don't shove them on stage and make them stand there and pretend it builds character or some shit. Be a fucking parent. Protect your kid from public humiliation and trauma and acknowledge that it really sucks when your black and gold tutu that's been in your closet for 3 weeks that you weren't allowed to touch or try on and play dress up with because you'll ruin it or get it dirty, and then you finally get to put it on and you're supposed to go on stage and do the fancy thing, and your black and gold tutu just falls right off your costume. You better believe she took it back to the place and got her money back and screamed bloody murder, but that didn't save me. No, I didn't enjoy watching her scream bloody murder. I need a pet dragon. A pet dragon would be very useful. They be warm and they provide transport. And I genuinely think they're very friendly. I think dragons are very friendly creatures. What about later? I thought about that, feeling the fear kick in again. I had no idea what happened after the second bottle of wine with Peter. I went out to have a chat and some wine, I replied, shrugging. So you don't remember anything? He asked, narrowing his eyes. I remember having too much to drink. Shit, Massimo, what's this all about? Are you going to tell me or no? So I blacked out. Is that so bad? I was angry at you and what you did. I went out to the garden and Peter met me there. He wanted to talk and we had some wine. That's all. Besides, of course, you leaving me again without a word. To be honest, I'm fed up with your constant disappearances. The man in black pushed deeper into his chair, his chest heaving faster. That's not all, baby girl. When your brother returned sometime later, he told me why you reacted like that seeing the cocaine. I wanted to find you then. And that's when I saw you. His jaw clenched. In the beginning you talked, but then your friend overdid it did it a bit with the openness and tried forcing himself on you, taking advantage of the state you're in. Did he kill him? Did he kill this guy? I'm not saying I would be. Massimo trailed off. His eyes grew completely black. What Like, I'm sorry, but the way they keep saying that his eyes are turning black, it just makes me think that he's like a werewolf or a succubus or what's a male version of a succubus? I can't remember. This is so stupid. Stop with the stupid. Hey, my face isn't that itchy anymore. Yay. Hives do have a half-life. Thank God. Oh, and I think I'm a little less red. A little. Yeah, hives go away after a while. So at least my face isn't so itchy anymore. This is good. That or 3 glasses of wine. I don't know which, but either way, I'll take it. Because I was desperately trying not to scratch my face all up because hives. Because why everything from China with the packaging gives me hives? And of course, package had to arrive half an hour before book club starts. Half a fucking hour. Really. Couldn't have arrived in the morning. Couldn't have arrived 4 hours ago when I would have had time to get rid of the hives before book club start and I had to cake makeup over it. No. Has to be at the worst possible time. Just make me look like crap on stage. That's great. Wolf friends are better. Okay, you and Sethail can have the debate between the wolves and the dragons. I will take either. They're both loyal. They're both warm and protective. They're both very cuddly, wise creatures. You know, I think they could get along. But yes, Sethail, I'm very glad to see you, and I hope you're still at home, nice and warm. And I really might get one of those tea sampler packs. Because I do like flavored tea, but I don't ever want to buy like a whole box of something because then it just takes me forever to go through 50 bags of raspberry or whatever. But yeah, a sampler pack's a good idea. I might genuinely do that. And also, if you just want to try a flavor that you've never heard of, but you don't want to buy a whole box because that's expensive, buying a sampler pack is a good way to try different flavors to see if you really like any of them enough to actually buy, a whole box of it. But I do agree with Cecile that, yeah, there must be a lot of vineyards because all these people do is drink huge amounts of wine. And also, can we say, if she drank at least half, if not most, of 3 bottles of wine the night before while having a heart condition, and we now suspect that she's pregnant, she's not in this good of shape the next day. No way. It's +3 there, you cad. Let me check. I'm checking on my phone. I have the weather app. Hold on. What does it say is the real feel right now? Real feel minus 31. Minus 31. Though tomorrow is predicted to be clear and sunny all day. But yeah, real feel minus 31, wind chill minus 35. Technically it's only supposed to be minus 29 right now, but again, the wind chill and feels like. Oh, yep. There we go. Or I hadn't checked my phone. I turned off the sound for notifications because it's been going off so much in the last 2 weeks. But yeah, orange alert, extreme cold. Frostbite can occur in less than 3 minutes to any exposed skin. Keep indoors unless absolutely necessary. Extra warming stations are open for the homeless population. So, in other words, it's fucking cold and nasty. Incubus, thank you. Thank you, cerebellum. I'm sorry I could not think of the word. My brain failed me, but yes, that's what I was thinking of. Incubus. That's what I was thinking of. I could not remember. Okay, now I'm trying to remember. Did you say baby girl once or twice? Because we have it once. Did you say it twice? Was there a before? Because we're only at seven burnings, including the whole page. Sethiel, you missed me getting really pissed off and ripping out a whole page and burning it. It was a nice moment. Okay, but after at the back of this page, we're going to have our now 8th burning. Wait, are we at 9 now? Now I've lost track again. What is wrong with me? Okay, this is the last time I'm counting, I swear. Hey! Stupid page count. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus whole page, which is 7. So yeah, this is 8. All right, we're at 8. We got it. And you see I have a warm front coming in. That's not good though, because the warm front's gonna make all the snow melt, and then it's supposed to be super cold again, and it's just gonna freeze and turn into really thick ice. That's not blah blah blah. He lifted himself from the chair and smashed his glass on the stone floor. It broke into hundreds of shards. Pro tip, how not to seem like a man? That fucking little shit wanted to rape you then and there. Said the guy who raped her last night. Fuck this guy. I hope at some point in this story his balls get cut off. I really, really do. I hope he gets the what's the something Theon Greyjoy. Was that his name in Game of Thrones? I hope he gets the Theon Greyjoy treatment. I really, 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 really do. He roared, his hands balling into fists. You were so out of it. You were so out of it. You thought he was me. So you let him do what he wanted. I had to stop him. What? Why would you have ever let it get that far? You stopped him at what point? At what point? Had clothes come off? Had a condom gone on? Was there penetration? Did she go down on him like she does on you every drop of a hat? How far did you let it go, huh? And like, why, if you knew she's that drunk, why don't you just intervene before anything fucking... He does not get to play the White Knight here. He does not. He does not. I still want to chop his nuts off. With an axe. Slowly. Like, I'm thinking of that guy in, I think, Japan, many, many years ago, that had one of his own testicles surgically removed and then served it to guests. He was a chef. And, like, he, like, auctioned, like, 12, like, plates for charity for the thing. And I want that done to Massimo, but without the anesthesia and slowly. Am I capable of being an evil, vindictive bitch? Yes. Do you think torture is appropriate in certain situations? Yes. Am I perfectly capable of carrying that out if you piss me off? Yes. To a certain degree. Has to be the right kind of pissed off for me to want you to really suffer. Otherwise, I just want you out of my way as quickly as possible, and I don't care if you suffer, as long as you're gone. I'm practical about it, some of the time. I huddled in my chair, terrified, trying to recall what had happened, but my mind was blank. Mom didn't tell me anything. What happened? Did you beat him up? Massimo laughed ironically and walked over to me, turning me and the chair his way and propping his arms on the armrests. Yeah, here's the answer that I expected. I killed him, Laura, he hissed, but not before he confessed to what he did to you years ago when he was drugged. If I knew that before, I wouldn't have allowed him to join us at the table. He'd never set foot in the same room as you. I could see the emotions threatening to rip out of him. How could you not tell me about all that? How could you allow me to eat at the same table as that fucking monster? Okay, whoa! Dude, come all the way down off I am better than mountain. Because you raped her less than 24 hours ago. You're a fucking rapist who has raped her multiple times. You held her captive. You threatened to kill her whole family. You blew someone's brains out in front of her. And now you're saying you executed this guy because while he was high on coke many, many years ago when they were a thing. Now, granted, she was 16. He was 25 when they hooked up. So he's a child rapist, former partner who had a coke habit and was abusive to her, apparently, during their relationship, which I don't doubt at all. That is too far. And I don't doubt that. But it's that scene in Face Off where they shoot each other through the mirror, you know? You are no better than. You are just a different version than. But you are the same as. And do we believe him? Do we believe him that he actually killed the guy? Or did he just scare him and tell him get out of town and don't ever come back? Because again, rule of horror movies, no body, no proof. So I'm saying, no body, no proof. You don't have the body, I don't believe you murdered guy. And when you have taped confession and apology to show her that you're so the man that you tortured him into admitting every horrible thing he ever did to her while he was high on coke and saying how very sorry he was, because that would of course make her feel better, which is what a guy like this would think. It's that episode of The Rookie where the guy's girlfriend gets disrespected, so he wants to kill Nathan Fillion, and then he makes him make a video apologizing to her. It's that. Do that. Oh, there's a thing. We have a thing. We have ducks! Ah, Sadell, I love you, you beautiful, beautiful person. We have ducks. We have ducks. They need names. We have ducks. Okay, I haven't read the whole page yet, but then we have to go back and burn. But we have ducks! We have the last two ducks. They get to go home, and I get to show off my surprise. So we have Chicken Jockey Duck and Mr. Spock Duck making way to our pantheon of ducks. We need names for both of them. But they get to move over, and I get to show off my surprise. Yay! Thank you, Sadell. You're the best. Okay. Chicken Jockey Duck and Mr. Spock Duck. And yes, we're down one duck because there's one I had to give to the dog because they couldn't show it on YouTube. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. And here is our surprise. It is the box of new ducks. It got here. I don't know how, because I ordered this after the wine glass, and somehow this got here before that did. But it got here. I blacked out the shit on the roof, so don't worry, I'm not doxing myself. But I haven't opened this. I cut it open, but I haven't opened it. But this is the box of new ducks. So I thought we would have a quick look. Now we'll read 2 more pages, and then we'll be done. So we're opening. I'm sorry, this is not taller. Oh, I ripped the box. Ow. And there's a box. Look, there's the mesh bag for all the new ducks. Oh, it's big too. They were on sale, so I was able to get a lot of ducks for the same price. So we have a really big bag, and then look at all the new ducks. How awesome are these? Oh my god, I'm just seeing them for the first time. There's so many. Hey, this one's addressed. Hey, this duck has an address on its butt. It has an address on its butt. Okay, this is a repeat. We're gonna have a lot of painted ducks. So if you just anything you want to name that you would like to see a duck of it, put it in the Discord. Either DM me personally or put it in the book club tab if you just want to see a duck of it, and I will try my best to make it happen in the form of a painted duck, because I know the majority of these will probably need to be painted because they won't be new. But there's got to be some new ones, right? Because we don't have that many ducks yet. Oh, okay, look, there's a baseball duck. Look, there's a baseball duck. How cool is that? I haven't sorted these between new and not yet. I didn't open it until now. So there's a baseball duck. We have a baseball duck. How cool is that? We have a baseball duck. Okay, I'm picking another duck at random. It's oh, this is for me. There's a hockey player duck. Oh, this is right in my, oh my God, those helmets. Okay, seriously. One in the chat if you're old enough to remember those helmets, because I totally am. I remember these helmets, but look, it's a hockey duck. There's a hockey duck. What are you? What are you? Oh, we have another scuba duck. Okay, so this is going to need to be painted. So we'll come up with something. We'll definitely come up with something. And what's this one? I don't know. It's I don't know duck. It's got a vest and a hat, and I'm just realizing I'm touching these without wearing gloves or washing my hands, and my hands start to feel itchy again. I'm gonna ignore that and put these down now. But this is all of our new ducks, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them in this box. So over the next few days, I'm going to wash these, and then I will post pictures of all the ones that need to be repainted. So if anything at all comes to your head, I don't care how obscure it is. I don't care if I don't know what it is. I will look it up. I will look at pictures. I am a girl who knows how to do her homework, and I try to please people always. So if you have something that you want to see in duck form, I don't care what it is or where it's from, just tell me what it is, and I will do my absolute best to, maximize my artistic skills and creativity and make it happen. And I'm sure that there will be a duck in here in need of repainting that will be very glad to become the thing that you want. So leave the suggestions in the chat, and hopefully if the duck meets with your approval, you'll end up sponsoring it eventually. But we got so many new ducks, and yes, I'm going to be building a new stage very soon. I'm not sure how yet, because I need to make them smaller, but I'm going to figure it out. And we have many more ducks to go through. I'm so happy. I'm so happy we got the last 2 ducks. Okay, I'm going to put the bag with it so I don't lose the bag. But that was our surprise, because that wasn't supposed to get here yet. That wasn't supposed to get here for like another 3-4 days, so I wasn't expecting it. And then it got here, but somehow the wine glass did not, which was ordered way before the ducks. Mail is weird. Like, official answer, mail is weird. All right, I'm looking for... Okay, this chapter's really long. Okay, we'll find a place to stop in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. But I want to know if he really killed the boyfriend. And as for how could she not tell you, when have you had a serious relationship conversation? Have you dished to her about your exes? It's kind of a two-way street, dude. Shocked and terrified, I gasped for air, praying that he was lying. I think he must have been planning to fuck you the whole evening. My presence made it harder, so he waited for the right moment. He had drugs on him, and I think he spiked your wine. To prove that I'm not lying, we'll do a blood test. Whoa! Whoa! Also, she said they went through 3 bottles of wine together on top of what she'd already had to drink. He wouldn't have needed to drink anything with that level of alcohol. And what, this is supposed to justify you killing him? Because, yeah, I did think that the former boyfriend was out to try and sleep with her. But, like, seriously? Massimo took a step back, putting his hands on the table. When I think about what that motherfucker did to you, all I want to do is kill him all over again. I mean, this would explain where he was all evening. What was I feeling right now? Fear, fury, and helplessness in equal measure. A man had died because of me. You don't know that. You don't know that. Again, I'm going by horror movie rules. No body, no proof. I am not taking this guy's word. Or maybe the man in black was only bluffing, trying to punish me again. Slowly I rose from my seat. Massimo drew near me, but I raised an arm to fend him off and careened back towards the house, bumping from wall to wall. I reached my room and locked the door. I didn't want him here. I didn't want to see him. I popped a pill to calm my racing heart, took my clothes off and cowered in bed. Who gets naked before? Girl, why are you naked? Why? Yes, I should go. You're right, Cerebellum, and my hands are itching. I was trying to be polite hostess. But yeah, my hands are really burning, so yeah, I'm gonna go wash my hands. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Okay, extremely hot water and lime basil hand soap applied. And don't like knock that combination. It smells really good. Flappy hands, dry. Thank you for telling me to go wash my hands because I knew that, but you know, the neurodivergent conflicts with, you know, doing the right thing sometimes. But yeah, again, I should have known, and I did know, and in the back of my brain, I was like, yeah, you need to wash all the ducks just like you did with the other ones, and I did. I did wash the other ones, but they just got here, and I wasn't thinking, and thinking not my forte today. I couldn't believe what he had done. When the pills started to work, I fell asleep. What are these pills? What are these mystery pills? Seriously. This is also true. Like I said, I swear, when I burn this ceremonially for the burn video, you know those really like chunky like bundles of sage that people light and then they like wave it around to like cleanse the aura of shit. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna totally do that. That's what I should do. That would be a good thing to do. You know, a lot of religions swear by it. I mean, even the Catholic Church, they do the Omnia Patria Spiritus Sanctus. Well, the procession with the swinging thing with the incense. I don't know what the thing is called, but I've sat next to it enough to know it will fucking choke the shit out of you. And yeah, even they believe in like that kind of shit. The next morning, wow, he really cares about her that after that conversation he didn't go after her and make sure she's okay. Okay, I can totally breathe. This is why I need to get a doctor so I have a fucking Ventolin inhaler for moments like this. But the idea of trying to call in is not getting into my head right now because I don't need that tonight, so stop it. I was woken up by a knocking on the door. Clara, I heard Dominic calling me from the other side. Can you open the door for me? I walked over and turned the key in the lock, getting the young Italian in. He shot me a sympathetic look. I'd like you to do something for me, Dominic, but I don't want Don Massimo to know about it. My assistant turned to stare at me, disconcerted, deciding on how to respond. Depends on what you're asking. I'd like to see a doctor. I'm not feeling well, and I wouldn't want to worry Massimo. But you have your own physician who can come here at any time. I'd like to go to another one. Could you arrange that for me? I wasn't going to back down. I think she has put one and one together. Dominic took a moment to study me. Of course. When do you want to go? Give me an hour, I replied, going into the bathroom. I knew the man in black would learn all about this, but I needed to know if he had been telling the truth, if I had been drugged at the wedding party. Before 1 p.m., we took a car to a private clinic in Catania. Dr. D. Vio didn't keep me waiting. He wasn't the cardiologist I'd seen before, but a general practitioner, just as I had asked. I explained what I wanted to check and asked him to take the blood samples at once. Waiting for the results, Dominic took me to a late breakfast before driving me back to the clinic around 3. So, wait, what? You just drove around for like 5 hours? Also, where in the hell are you that you're getting like blood test results the same day? Because I'm calling bullshit. And also, did you ask him to throw in a pregnancy test? Because, yes, I get you. Oh. I am so not wheezing. I don't hear that. That's not happening. If anybody's hearing me wheezing, it's in your imagination. It's not happening. Because I refuse to believe it. Well, I don't have an inhaler. Because the 7-year-old part of me is not freaking out right now. My allergies can set up asthma too. I know that. And I'm more susceptible because the first time and then the second time and I'm an idiot. It's entirely my fault. Both times. Both times. Entirely my goddamn fault. Entirely my fucking goddamn stupid ass fault. Incredibly fucking stupid. Wait, did I miss a line? No. The doctor invited me into his office in English, sitting me down in a chair and turning his attention to the stack of papers in his hands. There are intoxicants in your bloodstream, miss. Ketamine, to be precise. Okay, so 3 bottles of wine, not enough. I'm really enjoying the smell of my hand soap right now. 3 bottles of wine, not enough. He had to dope her with ketamine. And I assume guy she dated for 5 years knows she has a heart condition. So he could have killed her. And like, would she not be like having some kind of like, if you give someone with a serious heart condition 3 bottles of wine and ketamine, would that not be causing a thing? I was hoping it was my lipstick making my lips red, but it's not. Damn it. Why am I such an idiot? Depends on the test and if it's ordered stat. Nah, true. Ketamine, to be precise. It's a psychoactive substance that can cause uh, I'm having dyslexic brain. Amnesia. Ugh. I don't think I've ever seen that in writing before. I know what it is, but I don't think I've ever seen it in writing before. It's one of those weird in English words. It can cause amnesia. For those who think I'm crazy, Amnesia. Tell me you would know on sight that that says amnesia. This is very worrying. We need to order more tests and consult with a gynecologist. Ding ding. Because isn't checking to see if you're pregnant like a standard thing? Like just on any like blood test, because like why not? And because it can cause like so many things, especially like early on when you don't know. And I know like every single time I have ever had an x-ray in my whole life, they past I was like age 13 or so, they would always say, is there any chance that you are pregnant? And if your answer is I don't know, they hand you a cup and point to the bathroom, because it's like, yeah, go do a quick test before we do the x-ray, because we need to know. Which fortunately I've always been able to just say no, because I know and I'm careful, and so it's fine. But yeah, like it's very easy. Yeah, also you don't hurt the fetus. This is the thing. Friend of mine, no joke, this is true, who was a nurse, who did her training in the 50s, so there, that'll tell you something. But she almost lost one of her children. Everything turned out fine, and kid was fine, happy, healthy, grew up, gave her grandbabies, everything. But she had a moment when she almost lost it, when she wound up in the hospital. They said something like, they couldn't back then. Again, this is back then. This is happening in probably the 70s, I'm guessing. So, yeah, it would have been about the mid 70s, when maybe, I don't know if they didn't know, or I think they did, but it was sometimes worth the risk, where she had like severe bleeding and they didn't know if the baby was still alive or dead. And so they said the only thing we can do is x-ray your stomach. And they knew it was a risk, but she, I guess, consented to it to find out. And baby was okay. Baby was still alive, and she was like 6 months along. And they said what must have happened is that the placenta detached for like a split second. They said like probably no more than about 5 seconds, and then reattached. And so it was okay, but it caused, and that's how that went. Not thalidomide. At least I don't think so. I don't think that's a thing. Oh no. I also actually, I can definitively say no, it's not thalidomide, because Canada never used thalidomide. America did and England did, but we didn't, because it didn't. I remember this. There was she's actually like highly regarded now and posthumously got like the Medal of Canada like 40 years after her death, I think. I forget her name, but there was a female scientist / researcher that worked in the Canadian equivalent of the FDA at the time, and she saw the studies on thalidomide and said these are good enough, basically. She said like these do not meet the standards in Canada. These tests are not, these trial studies that they did, these human trials that they did, are not comprehensive enough to show that this is safe. And so for like a year and a half, other people were pushing for the drug to be legalized in Canada. She refused to authorize it, and she was the person who made that choice. And then, of course, it started coming out from the studies in England and the follow-up of what it was causing and how damaging and devastating it was. Though, worth noting, in the initial human trials of thalidomide, you know who they tested it on? Healthy men. That's it. They never tested it on women, let alone pregnant women. And that is one of those landmark cases that ended up changing how drug trials work, how much information had to be public. Like, it changed a lot of things. Though the company that made it never held accountable for what they did, because they did cut corners and they were unsafe, and they did know, like the tobacco companies, they knew earlier than anyone, and they didn't say anything. And there are still survivors of it, both people who like were the babies afflicted by it and their families and the families that they had. They're still to this day, not even kidding, still to this day, like 70 years later, they are still trying to get justice and accountability under the English court system for the German, I believe, drug company that originally made it and knew the risk and just didn't tell anyone. And then refused to take accountability afterwards. They were nothing ever happened to them, ever, which is just like devastatingly mind-boggling that they were never held to account for what they did and what their drug did. Like, it killed 2/3, like, were stillborns, and then the ones that weren't, like the devastating effects that they were born with, and the toll that it took at a time when like nobody knew how to deal with like a person with a disability, let alone a baby. And a lot of them like were either killed at birth or abandoned, and like that legacy still lives, and that nobody's ever been held to account is insane. It's an effective chemo drug. Yeah, I have no doubt it has its good uses. Just don't give it to pregnant women. Like, as far as I know, that's the only warning on it. I'm pretty sure it's some version of it. I'm sure they changed the name because of publicity. But some version of it is still used. And I'm sure it's really great at what it's really great at. Just don't give it to pregnant women. That was the don't that they didn't know. Or at least they claim they didn't know. Now, given they never tested it on pregnant women, don't go what they didn't know until they did. Man, I'm sure it's very effective for people that it's safe for. But you shouldn't be able to give drugs to a class of people you didn't test it on. And that's the whole lesson of that. Is you never tested it on pregnant women, but then you gave it to thousands and thousands and thousands of pregnant women, and look what happened. Right, I'm desperately looking for a place to stop. We'll find one in the next page or so. It is still called thalidomide, seriously. Doctors must have to do some fucking tap dancing when that comes up for anyone who knows their goddamn history. Though if you're in America, nobody does, I'm sure. I'm sorry if I'm getting bitchy. Stop scratching. No scratching. A gynecologist, why? Why, you're pregnant and we need to make sure the baby's okay. Way to tell her that, you jackass! I clamped my eyes shut and opened them again, trying to come to terms with what he said. Excuse me? Yeah, like, dude, not the way to say that! The physician gave me a surprised look. You didn't know? Your blood tests leave no doubt. You're with child. By the way, it said they only need names for the ducks, or I shall name them, up to you. But they're your ducks, so you get dibbies. But I took a test 2 weeks ago and had my period before that. How is that possible? Actually, she deliberately said we know from the narrative that she skipped her period, which at the time was blamed on the birth control implant he supposedly gave her, except it wasn't the birth control implant, it was an RFID tracker. And no, she didn't get her period. So she got pregnant like the first time that they did it. The doctor smiled good-naturedly, popping his elbows on the table. You see, a period can still come even 3 months into pregnancy. A pregnancy test results can depend on many factors, including the time of insemination. I'll order some more tests and a sonogram. The gynecologist will tell you more. We just need to take another blood sample first. Why? I sat still, squeezing my eyes tightly shut, feeling I was going to faint. Are you 100% certain? I asked. That you're pregnant? Yes, absolutely. I tried swallowing, but my mouth was suddenly parched. Yes, cerebellum, you're right, and that's exactly what we said. We called that at the time. We said it was too soon. We collectively called it. And yeah, that's why it was negative, because she took it too fucking soon, and we all knew that. We called it at the time. It's mostly in elderly patients, and there's strict guidelines and multiple waivers for women of reproductive age. Yeah. Because more tests needed. Okay. Thank you for that explanation that's the same as what it said. Thank you. I have never been pregnant, thank Jesus Christ. But I have no doubt that, yeah, there are, once you find out, there are more things they have to check. But my question is, you already have a blood test. You already have a blood sample. Use that for more tests. I'm sure you didn't use it all. Especially since it wasn't on the morning. Is that okay? I need to answer this because I've heard the absolute bullshit. I don't know if it's bullshit. Is it true or is it bullshit that pregnancy tests are more accurate if you do them as soon as you wake up in the morning? Is that actually true or is that total fucking bullshit? Because it's always sounded like bullshit to me. Is it true? Different bottles. The tubes have different chemicals in them. I did this much research on the different colors of tubes for my story a few weeks ago, but I didn't get that deep into it. I just needed to know because the tops are coated with different colors. And I know that, and I needed to know which was which, so that's as far as I looked. I didn't look into the chemicals that were in them, and also they weren't for pregnancy. They were for, what was I writing? I'm writing like 4 different parts all at once right now, so scenes are getting confused, and I forget why I needed to know that. But I needed to know that for reasons. I remember now, and I'm not saying it on YouTube because it won't like it, but I remember now why I needed to know that, and it was more of a what would it include, and I didn't look into the details. I didn't look into the chemicals, but I needed to know the colors, what the different colors were used for. That's why, because I needed to know which colors to write in to make it accurate. Okay, y'all let me almost forget that we had to burn something. Okay, 276. All right. We almost let something go unburned. So going back a couple pages, but I looked at where we are. We're fine. 3, 2, 1, fire. I need to refill the lighter. Okay, now it's really smoky. Okay, stop already. And that's where I'm going to close it to smother things out, because I can feel the heat on the back of the book, and I don't want to burn through the whole thing all at once, or at least in theory. Okay. All Okay, it's out. I got a little more flamey than it was supposed to. Okay, I may have burned some holes in the page we hadn't read yet. Like a lot. I didn't mean to do that. Or to make a freaking mess. Okay, I slightly burned some of which we hadn't read yet. I'll fill in the blanks as best I can. It wasn't supposed to go that much. I tried swallowing, but my mouth was suddenly parched. Are you bound by doctor-patient confidentiality? He nodded. Then I'd like you to tell this to no one. Of course. The receptionist will point you towards the lab and schedule your visit with the gynecologist. I accidentally burned through 2 pages we haven't read yet. This is annoying the autistic part of me to no fucking end. Because now I want to look it up and read it properly. But just now, if I sound like I'm speaking in broken English for the next page and a half, and that's how, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I shook the doctor's hand and left his office, my legs shaky. At first, I went to the nurse to have that blood sample taken before going back to the waiting room, where I met Dominic. I didn't even acknowledge his presence, instead passing him on the way to the car. Joining me, Dominic sent me a quizzical look. The events of the last couple days, my anger, and all that suddenly became unimportant. I was pregnant. And? Tell me, Laura, everything all right? I gathered my strength and plastered a fake smile on my face, replying, Yeah, I'm anemic. That's why I'm so tired all the time. I need to take some supplements and work all that out. Did I burn a hole in my fucking dress? Because I feel... No, I didn't. No. There is not a hole. Everything is fine. Everything was clear, but at the same time, I couldn't comprehend it. It was like some kind of trance. I could hear pounding in my head, and my skin beaded with sweat, only to cover with goosebumps a moment later. I tried breathing quietly, but I gasped for air instead. The car headed back towards the mansion, and I fished out my phone, dialing Olga. Hiya, bitch, said her voice in the receiver, 3 lines that are burned out. Something guy with his rocket, conquer new markets, got a suggestion. Nothing, while I tried acting, want to come to Sicily. She didn't reply, staying silent for a long while. What's happening? Why are you already there? Everything okay? Just tell me if you're come, I hissed, irritated. I'll set everything up. Just come here, please. So she needs her best to come and rescue her. Sure thing, darling. I'll be there. Just let me know when. Did that godly Italian of yours do something stupid? If he did, I'll kill the motherfucker. I ain't afraid of no mob. I chuckled, leaning back in my seat. No, it's all right. I just need you here. I'll let you know when I've taken care of everything. I threw the cell phone into my bag and looked at Dominic. I'd like my friend to come over tomorrow. Can you arrange the flight from Poland? Will she stay for the wedding? Fuck. The wedding. All this shit made me completely forget about it. Was everyone aware of it? Was I the only one kept in the dark? Dominic shrugged apologetically and dialed a number on his phone. I'll arrange everything, he said, putting the phone to his ear. When the car stopped in the driveway, I stepped out without waiting for anyone to open the door for me and went inside the house. Traversing the labyrinth into the library, Massimo was sitting with several other men. They all fell silent as I entered. We need to talk something. Not now, baby girl! No! How did I accidentally burn through 2 pages I didn't mean to? And somehow this is how narrowly... Look at this. Look at this. I burned through 2 pages I didn't mean to, and look how narrowly I missed another sighting of baby girl, making this 9. And then we're definitely finding a place to stop, because Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah. Um... It has to do with how concentrated your urine is. Statistically, your urine's more concentrated in the morning. I knew that. I just didn't know if that was an actual thing. Like, I knew that was supposedly why. I just didn't know if it was true. Girl, don't even fucking joke. Not that that would be possible, because that would require, things that I have not allowed access to in an extraordinarily long time. But thank you for the joke. You're very funny. Pet all of the kitties for me, especially their tails. Are kitties the ones that will let you pet the tail, or are they ones that, like, they turn around and raise the paw like, I will kill you for touching the tails? We are going to get to play with fire one last time once I find a place to stop, which is going to be on the next page somewhere. I stood motionless, gathering something nerves. I knew too much stress would do me no good, especially in my state. I need a car, but without a driver. I need to go for a drive and think things through. Massimo studied me for a while, narrowing his eyes. Dominic will get you a car, but you can't go anywhere without security, he whispered. Is everything all right, Lara? Yes, I just need a while away from this place. I turned my back on him, closing the door behind me and heading directly to Dominic, who was standing in the corner. I need a car. Massimo said you'll get me one. Keys, please. He turned without a word and headed towards the stairs leading to the driveway. He stopped in the doorway and said, Wait here a minute. I'll bring your car. A cherry Porsche Macan. This guy's got all the versions of Porsche. Porsche Macan pulled up in front of me shortly. Dominic got out and handed me the keys, saying, It's a turbo version with a very powerful engine. It can go over 170 miles per hour, but please don't try that. He warned me with a laugh. Why do you want to go all alone? Maybe you'd prefer to stay and talk to me. Don Massimo will work late today. We can have some wine together. I can't, I replied, taking the keys. Yeah, can we also point out how much booze has she had? Because from the timing of this right now, she got pregnant the first time that they did it, which was 10 days into her captivity. She is now saying it's been 2 months in total, putting her at roughly 6 weeks pregnant. She has had roughly 20 bottles of champagne and about the equal number of bottles of wine and ketamine in that time. You meant Lyra's pregnancy brain. Okay, that's better. But yeah, she has had ridiculous amounts of booze the entire fucking time. And now we find out she was also drugged with ketamine, which also can't be good for baby. I'm not sure they've done a study, but, like, I'm just going out on a limb and saying not good. I got inside the car, finding myself in a luxurious interior padded with cream-colored leather, and froze. There were knobs, buttons, lights, switches everywhere, as if a fast car needed all that stuff. The young Italian knocked on the window. There's a man something. Here's something. I'm sure it's supposed to say, like, manual, but it doesn't. I burned part of it, so I don't know what it says, but it doesn't say manual, but there's something similar to manual in the glove compartment. But I can give you a rundown of the controls, the ACs, the transmission's automatic. He started listing all the different functions, and I felt my eyes watering. All right, I know everything now. Bye. I cut him off, stomping on the accelerator and driving off, tires screeching. As soon as I left the estate, a black SUV started following me. I was in no mood for company, especially the controlling kind. As soon as I reached the highway, I stepped on the accelerator, feeling the enormous power Dominic had told me about. I was speeding like crazy, overtaking other cars until the black SUV disappeared from the rearview mirror. Again, like, she doesn't get pulled over for this, anything. She's not on the Autobahn. Like, let's be clear. Then I took the first exit and drove towards Giardini's Naxos. They couldn't count on me returning to town. Giardini INI space NAXOS. I feel like I've heard of this. I stopped the car at a parking lot next to the highway and got out, putting my sunglasses on and walking to the beach. I sat in the sand and allowed myself to cry. What have I done? I'd come here 2 months ago, and now I was the woman of the head of the mob about to have his baby. I wailed. Not cried, but wailed. Howled in anguish. Hours passed like minutes, and I sat there. Hundreds of thoughts sped through my mind, even those that suggested getting rid of the problem inside me. What would I tell my mother? What would I tell Massimo? What was going to happen to me now? How could I be so stupid? Why did I go to bed with that man? Why had I trusted him? We're going to stop there because I need to decompact all of that because none of that is true. You didn't go to bed with him. He raped you. You don't trust him. You never did. Who cares what your mother thinks? Yes, you could easily get rid without him knowing. And from my point of view, none of his business. And he's going to marry you and he wants kids. So you have nothing to worry about on that front. So this is a lot of bullshit. I'm not saying she doesn't have the right to be upset. I certainly would too. Oh, and it's overwhelming and bad timing, and you weren't expecting it, and not how you planned it, and the future's uncertain, and he's evil, and he just told you that he murdered somebody, though for a good reason. But yeah, I get the distress. I really do. But yeah, the rest of it is bullshit, and we are so very done because it is 42 minutes past when it shouldn't be past. So we're going with yeah, done. Chaos Gremlin depends on mood. Izzy, give me scritches. Politely, not the stomach. Persephone, yes. Yeah, some kitties like a good scritch up the tail, especially right where the base of the tail meets the back, because supposedly that's the only spot they can't reach themselves. So they like a really good scritch right where the tail meets the back of the spine, and the fur can be going two different ways, and you give them a really good scratch, and sometimes they're like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, that's the spot, do it, that's the spot, that's the spot, that's the spot, until they're like, okay, that's enough, whack. Cats are very good at making their feelings very clear. There's no misunderstanding with kitties. This is why kitties are good. This is why I need another kitty. Can't have another kitty, but I want another kitty desperately. Finally ready for another kitty after Thomas. But we are on page 278 out of 326. Theoretically, that means we could finish this book next week. Theoretically. Because that's only 50 pages, which is a little over, but we could do it. Theoretically, we could finish this book next week and then have the movie on Sunday. I'm going to aim for that. I'm going to be ambitious. I'm going to aim for that. So let's say I plan, if nothing blows up in my face, and then the world does not end and I have reasonable amount of heat. Theoretically, I am saying that next week we're going to finish this fucking book. I need to stop referring to it that way. But we're going to finish this book next week. And then Sunday we will have the movie viewing party. That is currently the plan. Let's see if it pans out. I think it can. I think if we all pull together, especially with the power of all the ducks. We have a full pantheon now. We have new ducks in wedding, which I said the ones that need to be repainted, I'm going to sort them out tonight. I'm going to wash them first. I'm going to immediately go and wash them because I'm going to put them all in the bathtub and let them soak for a little while. And then we'll dry them off. And then I will go through and sort new, meaning we don't have them on the pantheon yet, and then ducks that need to be painted. And I will post pictures of all the ducks that need to be painted. And again, even if you look at a duck and an idea doesn't come, anything you want to see as a duck, put it in the comments or DM me. I will make it happen somehow. I am very creative and I'm crazy, so I'm good at that. So if there is something, anything at all, it can be an object, a Pokemon, a mythology creature, a real animal that we just don't have a duck of and you would like a duck of. Anything you want, I will make a duck of it. A character from sci-fi or a character from anything, really, any character. As long as there's some kind of visual reference, if I don't know it, you're good. I will make it happen. Because again, creative and crazy. So I can make it happen. I'm good at it. And I would hope the previous painted ducks have shown off some of what I'm capable of. Especially Wolfie. And Cicero. I'm very proud of Cicero and Glacial as well. Or Frosty the Snowman Duck. I'm proud of myself for the idea on that one. But Wolfie's still my favorite. He's still like the best one I ever did. But we have lots to do. A turducken. I can do that. I will have to bisect a duck, but I can do it. But yeah, we only got there's like 50 pages left. We can burn through that, literally. And then we will get on because the other thing that arrived with the ducks today is the second book. It's here. It arrived in separate packaging, so it's okay to touch. But yeah, here's the second book. It exists. I haven't read the back yet in case of spoilers. But it's here. I think this is supposed to be her because of the blonde hair. Given the title, I'm genuinely wondering if the entire thing takes place across one day. Because maybe it does. But doing a quick flip at the back. Oh, it's longer. It's 402 pages. This one's only 326. This is 402, so it's slightly longer. But yeah, here is the next book with the most, who else thinks this is not a real model and that this is an AI generated cover? I'm just asking. Is it striking anyone else as being an incredibly AI generated cover? Oh, cerebellum with a good thought. Maybe it's the wedding date. Yes. That's a good thought. Maybe it is the wedding day. Maybe the whole book is the wedding date. That would be good. And also, does the cover not look like here we have I'm not reading the back, but look, there's the author. The author she looks like this. She's like a skinny blonde white girl with too much eye makeup and a narrow ass nose and big lips. In other words, she looks exactly like the cover of this book. So I'm not sure if that is her. I don't think it's her. Or if she just made the leading female character as a stand-in for herself, which is fine because that's exactly what I'm doing in my novel. But if you are your own self-insert, I have no intention of my face being on the cover should I ever be published. But yes, the next book is here. So, we Gucci. But with that, I am calling it a very long evening to an end. I need to go actually genuinely probably take some allergy meds and get into the shower. And then sort the ducks. Maybe I'll have a shower with the ducks. I could do that. I can put them in the mesh bag and rinse them out while I'm showering because the mesh bag has holes in it. That'll work. I can do that. That'll work. That's a good idea. And then I need food. A lot of food. But for now, Persnickety, I'm so glad that you're still here. I love you so much. You are a good friend. Love Sasha for me. Snuggle, cuddle her, rub her belly, scratch her ears, tell her she's the best girl ever, and that the rabbits all really, really love her. It looks like those clay forensic busts. Yes, it does! Yes, it does! I was thinking that! I was thinking that! I was thinking that! Yes, it does! Yes, it does! It does! One of those forensic things, it does! It has that reconstructed off a corpse look. Good night and de-itchify yourself. Thank you. Yes, we'll say good night. It's 1 a.m. Please, everyone, be warm, because I think everyone in the chat's in somewhere that's cold and snowing right now. So please keep warm. Love yourself. Love your fur babies. Keep the fur babies and the genuine babies very warm and inside and cuddled and loved. Schools will probably close for a while, so yeah. Freak out the things you do when the kids say I'm bored. And make sure you got some more. But until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Love yourself. Love a fur baby. Love some ducks. Next week, we'll have so many new ducks on offer. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to spend the whole week painting ducks. So until then, everyone, love yourself, love a fur baby, keep very, very warm, eat lots of snacks, and drink random sample packs of tea to try new flavors. Bye, everyone. Bye.